Welcome everyone. It's finally time. Finally time for me to stream again. We're doing a late start today, but a few things are different. As you can see, visuals are a bit different. Everything's a bit different, but it should be all right. The content and the person purveying it is the same. But yeah, short notice for the stream starting today. It was a late one. But yeah, we'll get going. There's some stuff happening, some fun shit to cover. I will say briefly that I've switched over some tech here in a pretty fundamental way. So if anything breaks, please allow. But so far it's been fine. A couple of small issues the other day, but that hasn't recurred. So there you go. I even fixed, the horse bouncing audio was like stuttery and crackly. Well, I'm not sure it's completely fixed, but it's mostly fixed. Last time I tested it, it was smooth and fine. So that should be much more convenient now. Now, if we want to do horse bouncing later, I mean, we could do horse bouncing later, but let's have a look at the state of the board, because it's going to be quite contingent on what happens on the board here. And currently, based on this board, we decided to do politics stream today because it's the most upvoted one. But horse bouncing is there, but there's some contention right now on horse bouncing. It's quite low on the board. So we'll see what that looks like at the end of the stream. Let's see if that is at, say, let's set a more generous target today. Let's say if it's at 5K by the end of the stream, then we'll bounce some horses. The fun shit, conflicts in the Middle East, the death of innocents, economic disaster. More so Iran making shit propaganda. That was the thing I thought was funny about it. This, by the way, this I will improve. The visuals of this I will improve. It's not great right now, but it's okay. It functions. Yes, Pixie is currently off. I don't know why you're mentioning Pixie right now. The AI is currently off. It's not going to be a feature of today's stream. Maybe I'll turn Archie on later, actually. But yeah, anyway, he said that is indeed funny. The brutal murder of ragheads is funny, is it? Well, I can't necessarily say it's wrong, although Aiden may disagree with me on that. Let us move on to something. I've got things a bit mixed up today, so some of it is not actually memes. I do have these marked though. Thank you, Discord. Let's get the correct link for this one. All right, what was this? Breaking: black smoke signals that the College of Mullahs has now reached a decision on the new Ayatollah today. Now, there is much debate on whether the war was a good idea that Trump started, and much debate on whether he's doing it on behest of Israel or whether Israel was sort of carried along involuntarily with him. Much debate. Not getting into that right now, but what I will say, and what I thought when I was observing it, is that it was effective. The US military, there's no particular concern or doubt that they can be effective in the short term. Same thing with Iraq. That was a war that over very, very quickly. Even Vietnam, I believe they destroyed the national military very quickly. It was only the guerrilla forces that actually gave them trouble. Same thing with Iran. They dealt with it very quickly, and they had killed, I think, was it 3 or 4 supreme leaders in a few days? They kept re-electing them, and they kept getting killed. And the entire council that elects them also got killed by a bomb, specifically. 2
supreme leaders and the assembly that selects the next one.
Fair enough. I think there may have been a third since then, but it has been effective. I think that seems to be clear. Tosis, it's not your empire, not your victories. I just hope we don't get refugees. Fair enough. Hey, I'm not cheering as if I am American. Just if I have to pick a side globally, say America or China, then I have picked correctly. But yeah, I think refugees, it's a possibility. That's more about our own country's failings, though. And right now, the issue is clear. And as something else we've got today, which is that Trump is saying that the UK is not such a great ally anymore, which, given who's running us currently, it makes sense. Patriot Act 2.0, apparently. We will unveil and embarrass online espionage, destructive propaganda, and influence operations and cultural subversion. The government starts defining threats by propaganda, influence, and cultural subversion. Let's have a look at that. This seems like a deeper topic. Aiden has now developed Trump derangement syndrome, so everything she posts is anti-Trump, which it's not necessarily wrong, but it's a big document. We're not reading the whole thing. It says, government starts defining threats of propaganda, influence, and cultural subversion. It's not just targeting hackers, it's targeting narratives. So here's the thing. his concern is fair. I'll make it very clear that saying the obvious thing is boring. Yes, this is a concern. Patriot Act 2.0, it may well be. But on the other side, that argument, we are entering an era, and we were already in the information age, we're entering an era where like physical military warfare is not the thing that countries use to fight each other. They do proxy wars, they generate artificial wars for economic reasons or for entirely economic, I think, usually, but not to actually settle their ultimate issues. So settling the ultimate issues is done by subversion, is done by cultural means. It certainly is right now. And so if that is to be the method of warfare, the mode of warfare of this age, this era, then having some sort of national policy about it makes sense. Negotiating how we do that without it becoming oppressive is also very difficult, but it's part of the thing you have to do with the civilization when things get complicated. And as if it's used not to censor but to expose, it's fine. Agreed. Should be fine. This could be fine. But of course, it could be horrible. We'll have to see. Can it end up? Aiden's going to end up getting arrested. I doubt it. But yeah, can disagree with an action he takes. It's not TDS. True, but I think it may have gone a bit further than that. I'm not entirely seriously accusing you of that, but I think it's getting a little bit in that direction. I've got to say the fact that you are one of the few Britoids that just don't go full TDS and anti-America as soon as the British government is at odds with the USA as a red legacy. Matt, I have to be honest. The thing is, I can love my country without loving its leadership. It's something I've heard Americans say as well. You can love your country without loving your government. Britain is great, but because of weird circumstances around elections in the last few years, which are not the result of the people making the wrong choice, it's the result of the wrong choices being available to them, we essentially got a bad government by default, and now we have to stick with it. Maybe not for much longer, we'll see on that. But you can see where the direction of travel in Britain is. It was already in that direction before Labour. They just won by default. So now we're stuck with them, and they're misrepresenting us on the global stage. So, yeah, I've got to be honest about that. If I want us in this age, if you love your nation, you pretty much have to hate your government. Right now, that is almost universal. Yeah. So I'm not sure, has there been an age where that wasn't true? Perhaps there have been brief moments in history where that wasn't true. Beans on toast is pretty good, Nachos. I don't know if you've ever tried it. You know, when I asked, I think it was you, Nachos, but it was some American who didn't understand beans on toast. When I asked you what you thought I meant by beans when we were talking about beans on toast, you said like kidney beans or the random other dry beans. Those on toast would be weird. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about baked beans, like Heinz baked beans. It was you. Yeah, that was pretty retarded, Nachos. Like, you can't come into the arena with the fucking axe swinging without knowing what you're swinging it at. I mean, that does sound like you, to be honest, but that's not correct. Toast sandwich it's a common refrain of, oh, look, this is what British cuisine is like. I have never, ever seen or heard of a toast sandwich until it was presented to me as a meme on the internet. It's not something that is done anywhere I've ever seen. Has any other Britoid in chat, have you ever encountered the toast sandwich? I've never seen one. Never even heard of it existing outside of the internet. Toast plus Marmite or Bovril plus cheese? I don't know if I put Marmite alongside beans. It wouldn't. I don't suppose it would be terrible, but I wouldn't choose that. I think if you're going to do toast with something, it should either be like a sweet thing like jam or Marmite, or it should be a full-on breakfasty thing like beans. Ketchup sandwich is a meme of poor student food. Yeah, that exists, but that's not unique to the UK. Someone has their mic open, by the way. There's little taps coming through. I have the pre-stream room open to talking today. Struggle meal level. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. If anyone has ever had a quote toast sandwich in the UK, it's because they're poor as fuck. We just heard from fucking Hadrian earlier, who just buys like ground beef and frozen vegetables, throws it together in a pot, heats it up, and occasionally puts other spices on it. Every single meal, was that Hadrian or was that someone else? It was someone in here. Every single meal they apparently do that. No, it was Sick Puppy. It wasn't Hadrian, sorry, it was Sick Puppy. Like that's poor person food. Apparently he likes it. Okay. Fry the inner piece of toast in beef tallow. Struggle meal. It's good. Okay, so fried bread or fried toast, that is good. If you put butter in the pan, toast on top, fry it, flip it over halfway through. It's very simple. You should put something with it, like an egg, for example, or beans, but it's the best kind of toast, best form of toast. But that's not a toast sandwich. That is fried bread. It's a particular thing. Right. So we won't go into full detail on this. We're still at the beginning of the show after all, but let's see what else we have here. What was this? This was also, I also marked this as a quick and easy story. Microsoft has filed a patent for an AI-assisted Xbox feature. It would let AI or trained human helpers briefly take over your game when you're stuck on a tough part, such as a hard boss or puzzle. They aim to replace pausing the game and searching YouTube tutorials, making games more accessible. I mean, okay, if they think that there are customers who would value this, like I can't. We exist with high standards here for gaming, and that makes sense. All of us struggled through a difficult game and figured it out ourselves, and it's part of the reason or part of our identity for why we're capable or intelligent. And we feel other people should struggle through that as well, rather than just give up, because there's something to that, because it happened to us, and we are who we are, so it should happen to others. Well, that's how I see it, and that's normal. That's an evolutionarily normal pattern of behavior and belief. But not everyone's like us. I'm not defending this, but from a business perspective, if that's what they think people want, then I can see it. But it's cringe. And anyone that does this, we need to come up with a slur for people that do this. What's the slur for people that do this? People that like require Indians to help them through the game. I mean, to be fair, like how many of you played something like Myst and looked up a walkthrough, or even something less obtuse than Myst? Most of us, I expect, if we're over the age of 20, have at some point looked up a game walkthrough. I mean, the YouTube tutorials thing, last time I played games a lot was many years ago, and back then YouTube tutorials weren't even, I mean, they fully existed, but I wasn't watching YouTube at the time. So mostly it was like written walkthroughs on some old gaming website. But sir, the 10 journalists we are, so it's a great idea. That could be it, yeah. I mean, like, AI is this incredibly powerful tool that no one's figured out how to use properly yet. Like, it's the power it has is so much greater than what it's been actually built for yet and made tools for. And that's the gold rush right now. It's what I think anyway. So this is just an attempt at that, but this is a strange choice. AI or trained human helpers. I mean, like, I love the idea that you want to call up Microsoft support to ask them why they fucked you over. Can't reach them. Nothing. However, if you're stuck in a video game, they've got someone ready to assist you. It'll probably be AI usually. And if it isn't, it'll be an Indian. But that's crazy that that's what they're willing to supply. Yeah, I think I had something else I wanted to say about this. What was why I opened it, but I can't remember what it was now. Well, this reminds me of this game journo who couldn't complete the Cuphead tutorial. Yeah, indeed. Literally the same as watching a streamer play the game instead of playing yourself, but you also give Microslop remote access to your desktop. I mean, that's a good point, actually. That's probably the takeaway from this is, we want to help you through your video game. That's why we need total remote access to all your local hardware. Oh, you want to, Windows Game Bar? Yes, then again, they have remote desktop software built into Windows, so it's not like that makes much of a difference. And I'm sure that they could build in remote desktop stuff for remote access into your Xbox. They probably have since the 360 or something. So I don't know if that's really it, but maybe there's rules against that, but that this allows. Hello, sir, I am aiding you in playing the game, sir. Yeah, indeed. Drink the water from the Ganges. It will make you powerful. Let's see what else we got. Iran reportedly holding session to select new supreme leader tomorrow. Projected to be virtual, Zoom-like meeting. And why does it have to be a virtual meeting? It's because the last one they had got bombed to shit. My question is, how is there anyone left loyal to the regime who's willing to maintain it? Like what I expected, especially after what I saw about the Iranian people with their will to replace their government, is why haven't they done it already? And I suppose the answer is, it's all a terrible psyop. It's all just here to serve Israel. It was a stupid idea, unplanned, and maybe some of that's true, but I suspect there may be more to it than that. Still, I'm surprised at the slow rate of replacement. I mean, Venezuela, I actually don't know how things have progressed there yet, so maybe we could look it up today, but they got rid of the leader immediately, and the regime crumbled with him. In this case, they're still trying to elect like their 16th Supreme Leader of the week over Zoom. Until we're a few years on, I'm assuming all claims made to be either. Yeah, fair enough. That's a good point, actually. They got rid of all the Mossad agent agitators in the massacres. Yeah, maybe. It'd be so cool if Trump live streamed their meeting doing commentary. Yeah, indeed. Some pool fool at Microsoft should be forced to guide me through Monster Girl RM3 on demand. Yeah, you get the one Westerner, and you can make a friend. You never know. Maybe they like it. They had 50 years of this. Islam's entrenched. Islam of a form might be, but I don't know if the particularly radical form that they have is necessarily what they'll always have. But I don't know. But maybe I don't know enough about their culture. Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, Brandon Herrera won his election. Actually, I have the results. One of these. I'm not sure if this was the final results, but I think there was a voting contest, an election, as they're usually called. Brandon Herrera got very slightly more votes, but it wasn't enough to get the majority. I think that's what this is. And then they declared that there would be a runoff election between just those two to see which one of them won. And then Tony Gonzalez, who is the incumbent, dropped out. I think there was some sort of affair scandal, which is good. So Brandon Herrera won. I have watched a few of his videos. I'm not particularly into guns, but he seems fine. He seems to be quite based. So I'm quite happy about that.
It wasn't just an affair scandal. He fucked. His opponent was fucking some other woman, and then she committed sewer slide by setting herself on fire, which is how people typically kill themselves.
Yeah, that's pretty typical. Go away, fire. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's read this then. Texas lawmaker drops re-election bid after admitting affair with A. There you go. See, it's just an affair. I'm sure there was something more to it than that. Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez has dropped his re-election bid after admitting an affair, which he had previously denied, with a staff member who died by suicide. Now, that doesn't look great, does it? The decision comes after the most senior members of his party in Congress released a statement calling for him to end his campaign. He's dropped out, blah, blah, blah. Let's have a look at what actually happened. On Wednesday, the married father of 6 confirmed he had had a relationship with married staff member Regina Santos Aviles. Gonzalez had previously, all these names sound very familiar to you, Nachos. On Wednesday, Gonzalez had previously dismissed the allegations as blackmail and a coordinated attack to unseat him. Hours before his admission, the House Ethics Committee announced it was launching an investigation into whether Gonzalez engaged in sexual misconduct towards one of his employees. Now, I'm a little dubious about all this Me Too shit, because often those claims are exaggerated or even lies. However, Regina Santos Aviles died in September 2025 after setting herself on fire near her home in Uvalde, Texas. The medical examiner ruled her death a suicide, according to the BBC's US partner, CBS News. That's disappointing in itself, but that doesn't sound like a suicide. Have women ever killed themselves by setting themselves on fire? I expect so, yes. Is it usually very mentally deranged or mentally disciplined men that do that? Yes, I have never ever heard of a woman actually killing herself by setting herself on fire. It's only been men. Usually insane ones. Occasionally monks. So that doesn't seem likely, does it? Woe is me. Woe is me. I've engaged in sexual conduct with a politician, which was an affair in their case. Oh no, I am so distraught by this. I think I shall not only kill myself, I shall do so by the most painful and overt method possible. I mean, to be fair, if you were going to bump off someone, setting them on fire isn't the way you do it necessarily either. Something odd happened here. I expect something unusual. Perhaps she was being punished, or maybe there's some fucking demonic shit going on here. You never know with politics. But that doesn't sound like a suicide to me. I suppose it could have been. Hey, maybe he was boinking her because she was fucking insane, and she's the only one that would boink him back. Aiden says it's the worst way to go. From what I've heard, it isn't, because for the first few seconds it is, but then all your nerves get destroyed and you can't feel it anymore. That's what I've heard. Yeah, Uvalde again, it's the same place from that shooting. I don't suppose the two are related, but I suppose they could be. Just typing up tip message, guess you don't want my money, says Nachos. Hey, I said they sound familiar, not that you are an illegal Mexican immigrant. Chat, press 1 if Nachos is an illegal Mexican immigrant. Also, Nachos, bear in mind that you are, of course, welcome to do what you wish with your hard-earned money. But here's the state of the board currently. And horse bouncing is an option for today at the end of the stream if it reaches 5k. We'll die by overdosing on the McRib, says Achilles. Look, you don't know that she's eaten enough to kill herself with. I mean, most of the time, what I imagine that Nachos is munching on is just entire marijuanas. Anyway, Gonzalez told conservative podcaster Joe Pags, what a fucking name, in an interview released on Wednesday that Santos Aviles' death had nothing to do with the affair, saying she was thriving at work. Setting yourself on fire isn't the kind of thing you do if you're thriving. Quote, I had absolutely nothing to do with her tragic passing, he said, and in fact, I was shocked just as much as everyone else that the hitman I hired chose that method of all fucking methods to bump her off. Well, that's it. So he lied about having the affair. He also claimed that he had nothing to do with her death. So do you see where my brain is going with this? So he lied about one thing, and there's a fair chance he lied about the other thing as well. I don't know for sure, but it doesn't look too good, does it? Nacho's Hippo Fund. The person that just did that, can you explain what you mean by this? What did he mean by this? Right. Well, that's that. That's pretty nasty. So here is Brandon Herrera, the one that won that election against the potential femoid burner. Here's him advocating Hitler.
There's no audio.
Oh, sorry, I turned that off before the stream because it was, something. I didn't want to interrupt the voice call. Apologies. Actually, I think YouTube may have got audio for that, but the rest of you should have it now.
In today's video, we're going to be talking about killing Hitler. You know, I just don't feel like as a country we talk about America's heroes like we used to. I mean, if our children are going to look up to anybody, they should be looking up to somebody like the guy who killed Hitler. I may not know his name, but I do know this. The man who killed Hitler has got to be a personal hero of mine.
Brendan.
Yeah. Hitler killed Hitler. In today's video,
slightly overplayed joke, but whatever. He's a YouTuber. He's allowed to do this. Presentation was fine. He made it, a bit more entertaining than it otherwise would have been. And this may have been years ago. I don't know. Patriot Takes here is probably, given the name, probably joking about this being a problem. But from what I've heard, some people have taken it seriously and believe that this is actually real, or at least want everyone else to believe it's actually real. No, I don't think Brandon Herrera believes that Hitler good. I expect that he is just what he appears to be. Next level desperation. Patriot Takes, actually, maybe I'm mistaken on this. Dedicated research monitoring exposing right-wing extremism and other threats to democracy. Never mind, they are taking it seriously. And this is next level desperation, to which they say this is who the GOP ended up with. Yeah, I think the GOP are pretty happy with it. Chat, press 1 if you're pretty happy that Brandon Herrera is now going to have some power. What next litmus test anyone who gets upset at this can be safely discounted, quite. Quite so. Brandon Herrera showing off a copy of Mein Kampf. Okay, apparently they're also whining about this.
some great points.
that's my copy at my house next to a bunch of the German stick grenades. I got the 1939 edition printed in English just because I thought it was wild that you couldn't buy it on Amazon, but you can buy the Communist Manifesto in Das Kapital.
Well, this was more expensive than some great.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. Selectively edited clip is from a September 2024 podcast episode where Brandon Herrera and guests mock Mein Kampf as dogshit, schizophrenic, and ineffective rhetoric while noting its historical print rarity. He owns it as a collector's item. Yeah, that's fair enough. owning Mein Kampf doesn't mean you agree with it. Like, I've owned many women. I don't agree with them. Okay, it's quite normal. Yeah, there you go. Okay, good. So yeah, I'm not saying any problem with him. I've never seen a problem with him. He seems fine. He seems based, and I'm sure he'll be among the better choices. Or I don't know. Maybe there's flaws. We'll find out. Anyway, so what else we've got? Can we rent? Are you asking if you can rent my women? Well, as it happens, I don't have any right now. This is very sad days, chat. I understand this. But right now I have none to lend you. However, if I did, I would not. It's just not how it works. All right, next up. Yeah, so here's a quote from someone I haven't heard of, but I suppose I should have done because he's described here as the father of globalism, called Peter Sutherland. He said, quote, "We must use migration to turn the English people into a minority in England. This will allow us to undermine the identity of the native English and import a new majority that will end the very idea of England. This is critical for globalism to take hold of England," apparently. Now, what I don't understand is why anyone like this wants to do that. Now, you can jump in and say, because they're Jewish. Well, one thing, this guy isn't. We'll get to that in a second, but some of them are, yes. But still, surely they understand it's just going to make the thing worse. Like, there's the people that don't reckon there's a difference between different races, right? They're idiots. They don't understand. The people that understand that there's a difference, that one group is better than the other, generally speaking, and then still try to put the bad one in, or they must just hate the thing they're trying to replace. And again, I don't think it's that they hate white people. It must be something about England that he hates. Now, in this case, he is Irish. So I'm guessing he was trying to use globalism to destroy England from an Irish perspective. But there's other people that do this that don't have that kind of motive, and I still don't exactly know why. Perhaps, though, it comes from just a few ideologues originally, and they set up systems to encourage it in others, economic systems, for example. So I suppose that's where it comes from. But 2006. Now, we've heard earlier stuff than that. I think there was a UN report from, 2000 that talked about a lot of this stuff, a lot of what would be needed to override the racial makeup of different places. So there are roots in this you can find going back, like pretty explicit roots that describe exactly what's happening today, going back at least 25 years. But then you can find roots that go back even further than that. And depending on your interpretation, you can find roots going back, many decades or hundreds of years even. But at that point, it becomes to get a bit more vague. That's why it's, whenever I say like this shit's been going on for 10 years and someone said, no, it's been going on for, well, you're still wrong. It's been going on for thousands of years, millions of years. Ultimately, it's gradient. When I say it's been going on for 10 years, you can assume from context that means I'm referring to the thing that has been going on for 10 years, and always approximately anyway. Wolf is saying politics is gay, which I kind of agree, and he wants to be brought back if there's tits or horse-bouncing PNGs. Well, I asked Malcatillo about this. Brief aside for this. I asked Malcatillo the other day, because he's the one that's made most of the AI character artwork. So I've made the AI characters. He's made the artwork. Thank you, Nachos. I'll read that in a second. He's made most of that. I think it's brilliant. The other people have made it too, and that's also great. But I prefer Malcatillo's personally. And I asked him the other day, do you generally sort of sit there wanting inspiration, something to use your cool AI image tech for? And he said, yeah. So that, to me, is an open invitation for me to come along and say, then let's come up with some cool cabal shit that you can make AI art of, including new characters. Here's the thing, Malcatillo. If you come up with a new character design and you make art for it and people like it, then I'll probably make it into an AI character. I'm not there yet, but I want to get to the point where I can just, with minimal input, just make a new character and it just runs straight away. And that is technically possible. I just need to spend a couple of days on building up the code base for it. It's not even that complicated. I haven't had the time to do it yet. But a lot of other things to do. But yeah, if anyone else comes up with any ideas, I know not everyone's into the AI characters, that's fair enough. But those that are, there's a pretty open field on what characters I can make. Almost says, soaring off a branch he sits on because he hates the tree. British people being replaced with mudslides will leave behind a Britain that will gleefully eradicate the Irish. I suppose that's true, yes. Though he might not understand how much more merciful English were towards the Irish compared to the average Islamic. Well, that's certainly true, yeah. What is, Oh, Malcatillo, you're doing the thing. Are you making tomboy bouncing? Okay, that I appreciate. That if you can make the basically horse bouncing, but with Cabal characters, that will be fantastic. That's similar to what I was going to do anyway, but I was going to use profile pictures of everyone that's in a channel. I hadn't thought of using Cabal characters. That's a pretty fucking good idea, actually. It's wasm. That's fantastic. That's even better. That's what I'd prefer. I'm not no offense, but I'd feel a little uncomfortable running an Exy you sent me. But a wasm, the whole point of that is it's supposed to be secure. So yeah, that's fantastic, Malcatello. You absolutely. I tell you what, Malcatello, if you finish that project and it works and we can actually play it in Cabal, I'll give you a big chunk of Cabal credit. In fact, I will give you some now for the art you've already done. Sorry, there we go. There you go. And 100 lines of Zig. You making it a Zig? That's interesting. I mostly use a Rust, but I know Zig is in some ways better, or at least it might be in the future. So I'm kind of interested in that. What are you talking about? Feeling package, wondering what I should make. Inspired me to make beans on toast. Fantastic. Ginger's making a classic British meal, and he's going to show the nachos, how it works. Fantastic. Speaking of which, Nacho says, Honspons, beans on toast is gay, she says. She says Oozloo sucks at games, especially New Vegas, which I don't know where she's got that from. She says that she's white and born in the USA, and she says, fuck you, niggas, smiley face. Sounds like a very Nachos message to me. A lot of denial in there, but, you know, that's her right. So, to Nachos go the spoils, 2,500 for stream members. Congratulations, Nachos. You could now, if you wished to, put that fund towards Honsel Bonsel. Here's the state of the board for stream topic, which is how we'll decide what whether we do horse bouncing later. Currently 1.8k. But if it's at 5k by the end of the stream, then we'll do horse bouncing. This actually reminds me of how the Israel derangement individuals treat Israel and US relationship. I think I probably speak for Ravelon as well when I say that calling it Israel derangement syndrome doesn't mean that Israel shouldn't be criticized, but when everything has to be about Israel, it's probably a little too far. I think that's probably what he means, and I would generally agree that can go too far. But he says, when the hatred for Israel makes it so the goal is the harming of Israel instead of US prosperity, even if the method of harming Israel also harms the US, as long as Israel is harmed, it's good in their mind. Yeah. And it's the same thing with the other direction. Like, I don't disagree with the criticisms of the US connection with Israel. I, in fact, agree with almost all of it. But there are extents to which it becomes less wise. If your metric for whether something is a good idea on the international scale is, does Israel benefit from it? If they do, it's a bad idea. That's not sensible. Now, if they benefit from it and no one else does, that may be a problem. But I would invite you not to jump to that conclusion just because Israel does benefit from it. There have been several cases recently where I've thought, yeah, Israel may benefit from this, probably will benefit from this, but others do as well. I think it's worth it. So you can consider that as well. Like I've used Rust for like 6 months. I like Zig way more. I don't have any of the gay memory problems I had with C or C++ in Zig. Using Rust for a while makes it easier to understand what you have to do with memory in Zig. Okay, that's fair enough. So the borrow checker kind of trained you to know what to do with Zig. Remind me, Zig, is it borrow checked or is it all manual management? Because I know that it's meant to be good for really low level optimization. Like it should ultimately be faster than Rust, but not by a huge amount, but by a bit. But in my experience from observing it, I've used Rust a lot, never used Zig, but from looking at it, it looks way less ergonomic than Rust, much less usable in practice. Placing all O2 in Earth's atmosphere with Xenon would solve the Israel problems as Fireball. See, that's a great example. You'd harm Israel, but you do a lot more harm to everyone else. Which says, get on with it. With it, on we shall get. Piss on train. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Let's read this one first. So, Black Red Guard here with the communism flag, communism logo, with the some sort of Middle Eastern flag, Palestine maybe, I don't know. In his profile picture, in his profile says, white people are more upset by piss being on the train floor than somebody saying the N-word. What I want to know is, like, why did he think this made sense? Why did he think this this would appeal to anyone? What's worse? Someone says a word that some people find offensive, or someone urinates on the floor. If you live in a fucking tribal society one of the top priorities is keep the disgusting shit away from where people are. So it's called cleaning. You don't piss where you work or sit or travel or whatever. However, saying a word, it just pisses off specific people. It's an ideological problem. It's not it's not an infectious problem because they're incompatible with civilization, says Fireball. There you have it. So this guy responds with, piss on train, disgusting, smells, makes you want to puke. Saying the N-word, funny, laughter, energizing, feels good. Whoa, did he just say that? Haha. Agreed. Chat, let's do a /support, say the N-word. Zephyr says, you don't understand, cleaning is whiteness and whiteness is bad. Well, see, that's the problem, is that I'm not so sure it is. All Twitter icons are mental illness badges. True. I think the only one I have is a frog in my bio, not even on my name, just in the bio, because it's a symbol of memes. It will be an infectious problem. Give it time. Are you gonna? They're gonna make a leftism the disease. Good, right. By the way, if I can't remember what I said, but if I said saying the N-word specifically, I was referring to that. What is it? The Metal Gear Solid meme video with the senator. Say the N-word. Something about the number of syllables really works with the cadence there that wouldn't work if you just said the actual word. No machines, son. Exactly. All right, let's see what else we've got. This is a picture of Rupert Lowe holding up a flag which features an image and, must say, rather based. From what I've been told, the image is mostly real. And one small additional element has been added to the image. Certified 100% real by British Patriots, indeed. Yeah, one small element, or perhaps two very large elements, have been added to the image in post. Either way, very based regardless. She was new to the original. Yeah, quite. I mean, should we make this character as a Cabal AI character? I don't know. Hair's too long for the tomboy aesthetic. Right, next up. Let's see what else we've got. We're going to have to go through the Discord system to get a few of these back because I opened them a while ago. Okay, so these are the war dead from Iran. There may be more than this. This is the first 4 we found that were revealed. Pentagon releases names of first US service members killed in Iran war. Now, greatest respect to them and everything, and I mean to do anything nasty onto their graves. I'm sure they were nice people or whatever, but strange choice. Like the guy in the top right, sure, but and I know I'm no fine example of this, but does this guy look like he belongs in a war zone? I'm sorry, like I know I'm a bit of a hypocrite here because I wouldn't, but is that lieutenant or captain? I'm not sure, but that insignia, he's quite high up the ranks. Now I know, yes, I know, he's probably like behind the desk somewhere, an analyst, sure, but then how was he killed? I don't understand.
Two things. First of all, that man's name is just one letter away from being Korn, and that makes him extremely fitting to the battlefield.
I suppose so.
Secondly, he looks like the perfect phenotype for a drone pilot.
But then how was he killed? He should be miles away from the battle. Because their office was hit by a drone. Oh, okay. Same thing with her. I mean, he's less of the problem. What battle? I guess so. I don't know how they bit it then. US bases are getting hit. Okay. I did hear about that, but I didn't. I thought they were being attacked, but not actually hit. Now, this is Iran we're talking about. Iran managed to vaporize $2 billion radars. Could be tacky part of the armor. That's a shame. Wasn't that was? I think that was all of Iran's military capability, though, just thrown out at once. One of these is the barracks bunny. An essential role in any army. Live by the drone, die by the drone, I guess, yeah. National Guard Logistics Unit. That's Captain, okay, yeah. Okay. But they hit 5 or 6 of the ballistic radars in the Middle East, but that's early. Yeah, indeed. That's why Iran was striking all their neighbors. They're aiming for US military installations and hotels that are hosting soldiers. Yeah, well. That's more of a death rattle than an actual military response. All right, let's see what else we got. But yes, despite the complaints in chat that I was making light of something that relates to real people dying, respect to them anyway. Dan Crenshaw's been voted out. Now, I know a little bit about this guy. I haven't followed him deeply, but everything I've seen was surprisingly sort of rhino cucky, given how he looks. He looks like he should be a badass. But he speaks like, what was it, Eye Patch McCain, is that the name? So not particularly impressed with the things I've seen him say. Lost sight. Yeah, well, that's the point of this tweet. I'll read it out. Representative Dan Crenshaw was blindsided by a GOP primary loss in Texas House District 2 after being eyed for replacement by Republican challenger Steve Toth. Crenshaw, a 7-year incumbent, has faced growing criticism from the constituents who say he has lost sight of their interests. He will leave office on January 3rd, 2027. They say he was a fine functionary, a fine man to fill the chair, an incumbent perhaps worthy of re-election at another time. But unfortunately, he just didn't have the vision to be a great leader. And see, that's just where it goes. So yeah, he's out. Everything I've seen about him is that he's not really worthy of the role. Certainly not anymore. He's one of the rhinos that needs to be replaced, and he has been. So good. Texas has the worst Republicans and Democrats. John Wick. And Jasmine Crockett, as Nachos mentioned. There was a lot of little elections in the US recently, and they went quite well from what I saw. So yeah, that's good. Crockett was replaced by a man that's even worse, says Ravelon. Oh, that's a shame. Never like Dan, he's very wishy-washy, always talks but doesn't do, says Zephyr. I'm not sure that's exactly the same problem other people have with him. What he actually says, I'm not sure I'd want him to do, from what I recall. I don't recall any specific examples, though. He just says, on an Italian related note, I've seen you recently updated your chat feed on stream. I like it, big improvement. I especially like how it updates with a message. Okay, what I've done there, Ginger, is it's just a view of the browser loaded into Discord. I don't actually like it. It's there because it will actually show everything properly, including Cabal Aid. And I figured since Cabal Aid is being used frequently, it might as well appear on stream. The old system is much, much better in one particular way. I'll get to it in a second. But it's all code base. I don't have the time to go back and fix it. What I'm working on right now, almost all my time, really, chat, like whenever I'm not streaming, I'm almost certainly either working on code for Cabal for new features that are releasing frequently that you're seeing, or I'm in Cabal doing something with the community. So I'm focusing on that right now, but then Stream Tech is after that. And when I do that, I will make a new chat system, which will have hopefully the features of this one, but look much better. And there's one feature in particular that my old chat system has, and this one doesn't, which makes it vastly superior. And that is, every time someone sends a message, and I can't believe that no one else has thought of this, every time someone sends a message, it shifts the entire list up and puts the new message at the bottom. My old chat system just moves the pointer of the current time down and then tiles them, which means every message stays in the same place, which means you can actually read them. I know, it's baffling, isn't it? Why are there streamers who, they have one message, let's say one message a second, that would easily be enough to be a problem, but there's some with hundreds of messages a second, and they just have them like scrolling up so quickly you couldn't possibly read them. You could get a word if you're lucky. But if you have the live moment scrolling, yes, the message will disappear fairly quickly, but it'll stay still the whole time it's there. It's like a vectq rather than a vec, to use the Rust lingo for it, where the pointer to the current element changes, but the actual set, the range of memory doesn't. So yeah, I don't know why no one else has thought of that, and I've had that for several years. Maybe I will make better stream tech and then make it available to the public for a small fee. It wouldn't be a bad idea. One of the most impressive skills Asmund Gold has the ability to actually read individual messages in his own Twitch chat. I imagine what he's doing is he must have some sort of system to pick them out. If I had a large enough audience, I would build something like that. I would maybe even design a system of like separated silos of people's messages where maybe you'd have one moderator per silo, and they just click on a message to pick it out as they're going through it. But like the silo would be something that is just small enough that you can probably read the messages, and then you just click on it, and it sends it to the streamer. Just reads them in a popped out Twitch chat. Well, I don't know. That may be true. If so, it would be impressive speed to be able to read that. If they are as fast as they probably are, given I vaguely know how popular he is, that would be impressive. But I'm not sure that's always true. And I think what you're biasing towards there is much shorter messages. It certainly wouldn't work for any topic that I wanted to go deep into. Advanced streamer brain, I guess. Yeah, on most of those chat things, you can scroll up and it just halts it there. So you can actually read a message. Maybe that's what he's doing. Anyway, next thing. I have to do this again. Okay, so Iran's newly appointed Supreme Leader Ayatollah Arafi has reportedly been killed in an airstrike. This was, I think, the second one. And this is his first day on the job. Yeah, we already went over that. It's probably for the best. Don't think he was a very nice man, from what I can assume. Let's see what else we got. At some point here, we'll run up against stuff that's a bit too old or a bit too from last stream. Yes, here's Bill Clinton saying, I did have sexual relationship with this one, to be honest. If anyone has a good sort of article or summary or like compilation video on the Bill and Hillary thing that is going on with the Epstein files, do let me know. Do link it to me, because I have seen a few good memes and don't have a sort of good summary. I can find one though. Stealing all my memes. Well, to be fair, Natchez, you've been posting quite prolifically in the meme channel in Cabal recently. It's how you've managed to stay high up on the Hall of Fame. Not sure if you've seen this, just in case you haven't. Let's have a look. Everyone here just jumped out of bed for a second time tonight because the Iranian regime is firing ballistic missiles with cluster warheads at Israeli families in their sleep. This guy says, great, please keep giving us updates. Everyone feels super bad for you guys. Okay. Well, I don't know if I can believe that, much like everything else to do with this war. That just has to be Daka. You're in contest with Daka now, are you? Go on.
If that's true, by the way, that is extremely significant because cluster munitions are one of the big no-nos of the Geneva Convention.
Yes.
Which means that they have therefore renounced their adherence to the Geneva Convention, meaning it is now legal and appropriate to commit war crimes against them.
Yeah. Could be. Could also be that... go on.
Does the United States and Israel need to commit war crimes against them?
Probably not, no. Toast has linked that Israel bombed schools as well.
Saying that using cluster munitions means that it's okay to commit war crimes, so is Israel. I'm just saying, like, I posted a link.
Well, so Israel bombing schools, what has, one, I don't think they use cluster munitions, I might be wrong. Two, what they say they're doing there is they're bombing schools that have been repurposed as terrorist hideouts. The terrorists do that because they know the bad press will get out if the Israelis bomb a school. Now, that's what they say. I'm sure that there's not always what happens, and maybe sometimes there's also accidents involved as well. But I think that the situation is a bit different, Toast. So Aiden has linked an article about how Israel used cluster munitions in Lebanon, apparently. Have a look. Apparently Israel never signed the Geneva Convention. That would possibly be relevant. 3 months old article. There's a picture of the cluster munition. Widely banned cluster munitions in Lebanon, photos of remnants suggest. Images are first indication that Israel has used cluster munitions in nearly 20 years. I'm going to have to get rid of this with CSS later. Israel used widely banned cluster munitions in both its recent 13-month war in Lebanon. Photos of munition remnants in South Lebanon seen by The Guardian suggest. The images, which have been examined by 6 different arms experts, appear to show the remnants of 2 different types of Israeli cluster munitions found in 3 different locations, south of the Litani River, in the forested valleys of blah, blah, blah. Evidence the first indication that Israel has used cluster munitions for 2 decades. First time Israel has been known to use 2 new types of cluster munitions found, with some names. Yeah, well, fair enough. Guardian may be right about that one. That would be pretty bad if so. So basically what we're saying is everyone involved in this is kind of shit. Funerals have been held for staff. Students and staff killed in what Iranian authorities have said was a US-Israeli strike on a school in southern Iran. Again, yeah. I think maybe what Arbla said earlier is was it Arbla? Actually, it was someone. It's kind of true that it's still too early to not assume that any of this is a false flag or propaganda. It's so beneficial to do that you kind of have to assume that a lot of it is that. But yeah, I'm not taking a side. I'm sure that both sides have done horrible things, but I'm sure they have both lied about the other side doing horrible things as well. Toast, that is not the only other possibility. If a school appears to have been bombed according to the news you're reading, it doesn't mean necessarily that it has been, and it doesn't mean that there's only 2 people that might have done it. It also doesn't mean that it was being used as a school. There's any number of things that could change. Apparently, according to Zephyr Tempest, who was our Mossad man, Israel never signed the Geneva Conventions and admits that they used cluster bombs. Okay. Everyone says Trump said that as far as he knows, that school was bombed by Iran on purpose or by mistake. He did not specify and probably does not know. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I could see it being an accident or a false flag. Either one would make sense. Or exactly what it appears to be. Could be true as well. All right, let's see what else we got. Okay. Oh yeah, this is back to the Iran topic. Breaking. Esmail Quani, head of Iran's Quds Force, has survived all assassination attempts so far and was even with the Khomeini yesterday, this is a few days ago, but escaped again. Now, he has allegedly been taken into custody by the IRGC on suspicion of being a Mossad agent and working for Israel. I mean, that is one way to survive all the assassination attempts, is be allied with the bad guys, at least from your perspective. Although, I do wonder, are they just arresting anyone who might be an Israeli agent? Given that he has not died when others around him have, that implies, at least to a very suspicious and desperate intelligence organization, that perhaps he is suspicious. Certainly is possible, that shows, yes. The caption here is, you either die an Ayatollah or you live long enough for them to suspect you're Mossad. Yes, that probably is the position he's in. Again, maybe he is Mossad, it's certainly possible. But it'd be interesting if he just completely wasn't and they only suspected him because he was lucky. It's pure just luck. If I was a Mossad agent, I would just die to keep up my cover. I don't know. Zephyr said, that's so funny because Esmail Quani is at the top of the list of people targeted by Mossad, which means they got no deals since they are much of a national security risk, apparently. Not necessarily looking for a democratically elected leader, so killing everyone would be retarded. Doesn't necessarily have to be a democratic leader in Iran. It's to be someone who treats the US and Israel fairly, as well as yeah. I mean that's kind of fair. I mean, if you're going to do this in the first place, that's not a bad position to hold. The Day of the Pillow was only partially supplied by what's that? Day of the Pillow. I'm not aware of that. What's this? Oh no, Jesus fucking Christ! All right, it's sudden topic change. Ginger has just linked this. God of War showrunner Ronald D. Moore confirms 2 seasons are greenlit at Amazon. He tried to play the games but stopped when he couldn't figure out modern controllers. Quote, I'm not a gamer. Then what the fuck are you doing making a... It's passe to say it, isn't it? This is not new. Just don't fucking watch it. Like I personally have not played the God of War games, but I have watched a playthrough of the more recent ones. I think the first of the more recent set, and it seemed like a decent game. Like I think the reception was generally positive, even from people like us. So it's possible to be shit on those games. You know, they're up for grabs to be shit on by someone, and it appears that's going to happen. Day of the Pillow. Let's have a look. Is a slang term for a hypothetical mass killing event against baby boomers carried out through the means of them being smothered with pillows in nursing homes. Coined on 4chan in 2017, the term has been used as a way of expressing a strong dislike for and wishing harm onto members of the baby boomer generation. The phrase references the Day of the Rope, a white supremacist concept for a revolution. I'm not sure that actually is what that is originally, but either way. Okay, I hadn't heard this term actually. Watch someone stream it. They're fun. Oh, I have watched parts of the original God of War games. I think I've watched like a speedrun quote-unquote documentary, a YouTube documentary on the speedruns. And I have played the PSP game briefly, very many years ago. I have not, I've watched the first of the more recent God of War games. I haven't watched the second one yet. Not you, him. Oh, him. Yeah, well, he probably is. I imagine that he's at least getting some idea of what's in the games from someone, even if it's just an advisor that he'll barely listen to. And says, from what I've heard, Iron Lung is slightly above average as movies go, which makes it one of the best game adaptations ever made and one of the best horror movies, which proves you can make a good video game adaptation if the director actually cares about doing so. Yeah, I've never had any doubt that it can be done. I just haven't seen it done. Do you know what actually was a decent movie that was a video game adaptation, which I actually wouldn't mind watching again at some point, because I think I only saw it once? The Warcraft movie. It was pretty good. I don't know, maybe you guys disagree. I thought it was pretty good. Arbla, did you just say the first Hitman movie was good? One of the most disappointing movies I ever saw, because as a kid I liked the Hitman games. Not that young a kid. I liked the Hitman games and saw that movie, and it was just boring. It was just a very, very generic action movie. You're being asked to literally kill yourself for liking the first Hitman movie. I got no comments on the Warcraft movie. What did you guys think of it? Because I would like to put that on again. Because I thought it was good when I saw it, but it's been a long time. I haven't seen it. Oh, I'll put it on at some point then. Maybe tonight. Well, we could especially do it tonight if horse bouncing doesn't get to its goal. My goodness. Let me just have a look at where that is. I've got to find the string I use for filtering it. Here we go. Horse bouncing is not yet at its goal, but it's not far off its goal. It needs another 700 Cabal credit, which is only £7, or I don't know, like $10, $11. There's the links, by the way. Max Payne movie was also crap, although the lead had Max's screwed up face from the game. Excuse me. I have not seen that, nor have I played or watched the Max Payne games. All right, let's see what else we've got. Thank you, Discord. Open that again. Don't look, Donald. Keep your composure. Big problems if you look, Don. The biggest, some would say. Meanwhile, the guy in the background, holy fuck. It's like why did the cameraman in Stargate not focus on Sam Carter's ass more? I think we all would value a bit more of that. But unfortunately, he's gay. Jumping to conclusions there, but at the same time, you're completely right. Women in the military. It's some roles and some rare women perhaps in combat roles, but women in military uniforms, and that's a different story. That can be quite nice. The wider context of that shot. Yes, I think many of us do, Arbla. Many of us do. To be clear, not my favorite aesthetic for a woman, but they're pretty good. Thank you, Gaydin, who says, I require homps. Go ahead and grant. I assume that's from Aiden. Let me actually check, because I can usually tell. Yes, that does appear to be from Aiden herself. So, and then there you go. Well done, Princess Autism. You now have some more Cabal credit. that poor Hans, with which you can make it get to 5K. Let me check if that has already happened. So I think you did just do it. Low stress roles that require high procedural adherence or medical field are good for women to occupy. Anything high stress should be male only. Probably true, yeah. Hans Bonds has surpassed 5K. Congratulations. Zephyr Tempest says, we can't get women out of our military because every hand on deck, but the officers really don't like them and they just push them towards making pictures. Pictures? Oh, right. Like, yeah. Propaganda pictures. I know a lot of female IDF soldier pictures are supposedly pure propaganda, especially when they're like hot, as far as any Jew can be, even though. But your narrative is different. that Israel's so desperate for soldiers that it recruits even hot young women, and no one actually likes them, so that's all they're allowed to do. Where have I heard the idea before that, no, look, us Jews, we're only allowed to do this one thing. We were basically forced to do it, so we had to. I have heard that narrative before. I'm not sure how true that was either. That's very interesting. Everyone's required to serve if they're able-bodied. Okay, that's interesting. The Thought Brigade of the IDF, indeed. All right. Next up, we may have got to the point now where we were last stream. Yes, this is where we were last stream. Okay, in that case, let me go to my other tabs and go on this list. Okay, so we've got a lot of stuff here. So the coward, science, fickle. Okay, I think we're from here downwards. Plenty to cover here, but it's a wide variation of story. So, okay. This is interesting. I don't know if it's true. I'm going to read it anyway because it's interesting. The science of fetal microchimerism should have broken the internet by now, he says. It hasn't. When I read about her research, I was so curious to know what's actually happening, he says. Fetal cells carrying the child's own DNA cross into the mother's bloodstream during pregnancy and never fully leave. They embed into her organs, her heart muscle, her brain tissue. Researchers have found a child's living cells inside mothers in their 90s from pregnancies 6 decades old. The child left the womb, the cells didn't, he says. They didn't just sit there, they migrate toward damage. Women with heart injuries show fetal cells concentrated at their wound site. Women with thyroid disease show their children's cells inside the affected tissue. The body that built the child gets tended to, in return, by the child's own cells. Nobody designed this consciously, he says. Evolution quietly built a repair system out of the mother-child bond itself. He says the brain side of this is equally staggering. Pregnancy triggers grey matter reorganization, a structural rewiring that sharpens threat detection, deepens empathy, fundamentally alters how a mother processes the world. These changes persist for years after birth. Possibly permanently, he says. A mother's nervous system doesn't return to its factory settings. It was updated by the experience of carrying another person, and that update sticks. The part worth sitting with longest, he says, women who experience pregnancy loss carry fetal cells too. The cellular merging doesn't require a birth. It doesn't require years of raising someone. Those cells remain regardless of what happened after. A mother grieving a child she never brought home is grieving someone biologically still present inside her. The world consistently underestimates that grief, he says. The science says we have no business doing that. Mothers always knew the connection didn't end at birth. Turns out it doesn't end at the cellular level either, he says. It got a bit gyno-worshipy there at the end, but still, it's interesting. I didn't know about this. I'm sure some of you know about this. It sounds like the kind of thing that I might have missed, but a lot of people might know about. But that is interesting. I hadn't heard of it. Had any of you heard of it? We got 2 women in chat here, both of whom have very different positions on the topic.
Yeah, I can tell you, I of course know about fetal microchimerism. Here's the thing though, right? that people like to make memes about regarding this. I think it's amazing and beautiful, but people like to make memes about the fact that because your child is a combination of your DNA and as a woman and father's DNA, that if, for example, you've been black, it means you've got black DNA in you forever. You can literally never get rid of you. Get rid of
I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
It's true. I mean, it is accurate.
Yeah.
This is AI, isn't it? This doesn't look real. That doesn't look real. I guess it's just a demonstration. Whatever. Okay, well, yeah, that's, I didn't know this. Oh, this woman's coming along and saying, God did it. Well, I disagree. Evolution can certainly explain this. Because doing it as well. That's so crap. Like, that's such low effort shit. It's just, I hate to dive on this topic, but holy shit, dude, like, have some perspective, and 2, at least look into the thing you're saying definitely isn't true, and you're just replacing it with something that you've heard is true. Or whatever. You're reinforcing a belief that tricks you to doing good things is not the end of the world, but still, if we're talking about science, do it properly. Anyway. Next thing. What was this? Oh yeah, great. This is actually what I was asking for earlier. I forgot I had this. Top 5 wildest moments from Hillary Clinton's fiery Epstein deposition from 4 days ago. House Oversight Committee releases videos on Clinton depositions.
When you saw photos of your husband in a hot tub laying on a beach and getting massaged by other women, and you knew that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in some of these trips and these things, did it concern you at all?
I'm here not to offer my opinions. I'm here to answer specific questions to the best of my ability.
When you saw your husband in these photos with a young woman being massaged, what went through your mind?
I am not going to speculate.
You didn't have any feelings about young women massaging your husband?
I am not going to offer opinions or speculation about anything that I have no context for and was not there.
Well, here's the thing. Evading in that way is smart given her position. Just saying, like, basically she's going to answer literally exactly only what she has to answer. Stick with factual stuff that's already publicly known. Never give opinions, never even give them anything that they can use. That is smart tactically from her position. Makes her look really dishonest, but I don't think she cares at this point. Smart from her position. However, she did it badly. She executed it poorly. The approach was the right idea. The execution was poor. She should have come up with a line to say, which covers all this without waffling. It makes it seem like she is emotionally affected. She's never got over it. She still resents him for it. So why wouldn't she? Then again, I mean, they're both fucking lizard people. Do they actually care about like commitment in a relationship? I don't know.
In past public statements, as in 2017 speeches and interviews, you described Pizzagate as a baseless conspiracy theory, alleging you and others ran a child sex trafficking ring from a Washington pizzeria basement. Have you reviewed any 2025-2026 Epstein files that were released that you believe reference or relate to those specific 2016 claims regarding the Podesta emails, Comet Ping Pong Pizza used as code possibly?
I'm sorry,
You're asking her about whether she's reviewed emails in the Epstein files which relate to the wacky Pizzagate scandal.
You could characterize it however you want. I just would like to know if she's familiar with any of them.
So excuse me, your question is about...
The question was not great. Should have asked him more. Straightforward, specific question. I mean, look, Hillary's fucking buffeted by lawyers here. They're going to step in. You've got to ask her simple, direct questions that they can't get in on. It's formulating off the fucking tip of my tongue here, off the top of my head, but just... You've probably heard of the Pizzagate theory, which alleges that you and others ran a child sex trafficking ring from a pizzeria. Do you think any of the mentions of pizza in the Epstein files might relate to this, might shed new light on this? That would be okay. I'm sure I could do even better, though. Yeah, Aiden has pointed out that you apparently, and I don't know why she's done this, old Hillary, but you can see her nip. Why? Why has she done this? It won't. She would say she would. Oh, of course she would say that, yes, but at least you can get to her shitty answer earlier. It's better for a soundbite, too.
About whether or not she has reviewed any emails in the Epstein release files about Pizzagate.
Correct.
Pizzagate was totally made up. It was an outrageous allegation that ended up hurting a number of people, that caused a deranged young man to show up with his assault rifle and shoot up a local pizzeria. I can't believe you're even referencing it. You should be...
There are connections to the language.
Well, the QAnon people believe there are, so
I don't know what QAnon people believe.
Have at it.
But you...
This is the same strategy as the FBI uses. Associate a believable conspiracy theory with an unbelievable one. In fact, there's many theories, and I think it's probably true, that QAnon is actually more so a leftist-run operation, perhaps even directly FBI or CIA. I put greater chance on that than that it's genuinely right-wing.
Accused certain parties, and I think even right now today...
I'd like to mention Hillary Clinton smiling here like a fucking demon. The sketches of the Madeleine McCann kidnappers look exactly like the Podesta brothers, who she was associated with for many, many years. Exactly like them. The only reason that the Madeleine McCann case was never solved, quote unquote, never solved, in my humble opinion, given what I've seen, the only reason it was never solved is political connections. And do you think she knew about this? Of course she knew about this. She was directly involved with these people. I mean, I think like 90% chance she knew about it. Whether maybe she didn't approve, I don't know, but I doubt she didn't. We also heard stories about her running her charity, Hillary Clinton Foundation, which, of course, if you're in the kind of position she is, and you want to get your mitts in all the pies, you would run an international charity, especially if you want to do a little bit of sneaky money laundering on the side. We'd heard stories about them abducting children. Like, it all kind of comes together with Hillary, and I don't know. If I were to look into it in huge detail, I doubt I'd find anything more useful than what I'm saying here, because you can't necessarily verify any of it. If you could, she'd be under the jail. She'd be under the rest. Well, you'd think so, but I don't know. Maybe you can. I mean, certainly with the servers, I think it was verification, but she was just allowed to get away with it because, yeah, she's committed a crime. We're going to find her she's guilty, but no punishment. Oh, nothing on the record either. She is a demon, says Zephyr. She sure seems to be. I mean, certainly I can use that as a metaphor if you don't mean it literally.
Of promoting slow walking or information in ways that fuels conspiracies. In your view, did any Epstein-Maxwell related investigations or file handling pre or post 2019 contribute to or intersect with the spread of...
God, I wish she'd stop adding clauses and conditionals. Just ask a straightforward question. Like, at this point, Hillary's going to do her best to evade this. She's got 2 lawyers ready to help her evade it, right? You're already up against that wall. At least ask her a direct, punchy, blunt question that if she evades it, sounds bad. At this rate, the way you're asking the questions, I wouldn't expect anyone to even understand what you mean by the end of it, to remember the beginning by the end of it. I mean, I know what she's getting at with the questions, but she can ask them much, much better than this. Yeah, thank you, Aiden, once again for pointing out the breasts on the 90-year-old woman. How old is old Hillary? Yeah, the meme bot's still down. I have a lot of projects I need to work on for Kabbalah right now, but starting a new next generation meme bot from scratch is on my list, but it's going to take a little while to complete. I mean, even if I worked on it solidly, I think getting something out that the public could use, so maybe a few days at least of work, but I have other things I need to do as well, so I can't work on it solidly. So I think you can probably expect it within a week or 2. But for a little while, there will be no meme bot. Apologies for that. She's 78, okay. Hillary looked disgusting in her blue pantsuit nipples. Yeah, that's a good reference.
Pizzagate style theories about Democrat figures.
Objection.
I have no way of answering. That is the most
speculation.
Ridiculously.
Have you or your representatives identified any Epstein file content that has been misinterpreted online to revive those claims? And what steps, if any, have you taken to clarify?
Again, object on the ground of
I think that this is all very reasonable.
Well, first of all, I don't follow the crazy conspiracy stories that are online. I regret that anybody does. I find it quite sad, but also disturbing that people would believe some of what is put forth, like Pizzagate. So I have taken no steps to review anything that might have any connection to something which I think is totally bogus.
No, unfortunately, dude, I have to disagree with you. I think the question was asked so poorly that she gave a very by-the-books answer, was able to stay calm during it. Like, I think, I guess I said 90% chance that she's deeply aware and involved with the actual child stuff. The child diddling, the child fucking kidnapping, and the industry of all that stuff. 90% chance. But someone like her is quite good at lying, and this was not a difficult situation to lie in. Answering that question with that waffling, probably somewhat rehearsed response was not difficult for someone like her. The question was kind of badly asked. You need to, if you're going to, I'm not an expert in this, but if you want to get something out of someone that's going to lie to you, you need to ask them repeated, punchy questions, blunt, quick, questions about detail. I mean, that's okay. Detail is if they're lying about something, they're making it up. You ask about detail. But if they're trying to hide something, you ask questions that will upset them fast. Interrupt them if they're fucking around. Now, I don't like doing that. I don't think I'd be very good at interrogating people because I'm too polite with that kind of thing. I like interrupting people, but that's how you should be doing it. Spending like a whole minute asking a waffly question that sort of vaguely gets at something that you want her to talk about, that's terrible. She has a full free reign there to deny it however she wants.
Is asking general.
I mean,
general
really,
questions.
I expected a lot of interesting questions today, but Pizzagate was not on my list.
It really should have been.
That's okay. We're asking all sorts of things here.
You certainly are. You certainly are.
We're just trying to get the truth out to the American people
Well, that
and
would
give
be
some clarity.
very helpful.
Are you aware of any files that were on Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder that was titled insurance, life insurance, with a zip file titled Frazzle?
This is way outside the
chairman's
scope.
ruling.
This is way
within the
outside the
scope?
scope.
Is this within the scope, Mr. Chairman?
If the chairman rules that it's not within the scope, I
Mr.
have
Chairman,
other
based
questions.
on what you said in the public hearing, is this within the scope?
We can go off the record for a moment. To
Mr. Chairman, is this within the scope?
We'll go off the record.
and can talk.
And then just a couple of...
Well, that could have been anything. Like the lawyers are there to make sure that she has to answer as few questions as possible. Just because they jumped in and said, is this within the scope of the hearing, doesn't mean that, oh, if she'd been allowed to answer, she would have had to admit to some evil shit. No, it means that they were trying to get around anything, regardless what they knew. I wouldn't doubt that the lawyers actually don't know about any of the evil shit Hillary's been up to. I mean, maybe they know that she'll kill them if they do, but I expect she doesn't tell anyone, not even the lawyers. Yeah, Zephyr, you and others have responded to me giving advice on how to conduct this interview by saying, oh, she'd just like, yes, but it's harder to do and it'll look worse if you do it right. She'll obviously try and lie, act stupid, evade it, whatever. You're never going to get her to admit anything here. That's not the goal. You get her to look guilty because she probably is. You get her to look like she's hiding something, look like she's struggling. Right now, unfortunately, her and her lawyers are owning this interviewer, this interrogator, whatever you want to call her, because she's blathering and failing to get to the point. And these three are fucking ready for anything. Then they know what they're doing. They've probably had to answer questions like this, answer questions like this before. It is likely that the prosecutor is incompetent on purpose. Clinton still have a lot of pull. That could be it, I suppose. All right, let's continue.
Of more questions. So regarding the Epstein files, there are many files where Jeffrey Epstein seems to speak as though he does know you personally. In one file, EFTA 006571115, Mr. Epstein is commenting, and he quotes, "Hey, Hillary Clinton is much pretty."
All right, chat, press 1 if this woman is worse. Press 2 if Hadrian is worse at getting to the end of their sentence. Holy shit. And, she's just awful. She could ask these questions in half the time that she's taking.
In person. This was Tuesday, September 20th, 2011. And then another...
Congressman,
I'm not going to object to that.
Congresswoman, can we see the documents, because we don't think the
we will get that
document says it.
printed.
We don't think the document
Okay.
says it. Not that you're not pretty. Don't say that.
Jeffrey Epstein has
I'll take it if I can
also
get it.
commented that... All right.
Was that really worth including? Not even worth commenting on.
Can I interrupt?
I have
There are
another.
photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm
can
done
occur?
with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's
So
sake.
I would like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was,
It doesn't
Excuse
matter.
me.
We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So
well.
I would like to.
Okay, I am now suspecting that this is a this is a fucking pantomime to get her through it as easily as possible. The actual interviewer, by admitting that she'll take it down, it's like, yeah, I broke the rules before we even started days ago. Okay, that's fucking retarded. On the other hand, the lawyer here for Hillary is saying, we asked for a public inquiry, and but you can't release pictures of it. What the fuck does that mean? How does that make sense? Both sides here are fucking awful. Ginger, I don't know if you are aware of this. It's been the case for a little while. Zane took the meme bot down. He was going to do some work on it, but I don't think he's had time. He hasn't brought it back up, though. It's a little bit annoying. But I think he intends to gradually stop supporting it, unfortunately, so I'm going to make my own. I've had an idea for ages on how to make a much better sort of next-gen meme bot, and it would solve several sort of requirements in Cabal. So I will work on that soon, as I was mentioning just now, but currently, there is no meme bot. I will bring it back up, though. All right, well, that was disgusting, and unfortunately, they're not sending their best. And I say that about both sides in this disaster. Oh, well, let's see what else we've got. That may be true. Breaking: Israel's military bombed the building housing Iran's Council of Experts while they were in the process of appointing a new Iranian supreme leader. Yes, we were talking about this earlier. It is kind of funny. And of course, it is about deaths, but I don't have a lot of sympathy for the people they bombed. Okay, so this was a little interesting. This was posted recently with, let's just read it. This guy says, it's kind of mad that 4chan still remains a place where you're more likely to get real news than the real news. Let's read this. It says the following: 15-year-old girl died, so they took out her womb and put it in a 40-year-old who became pregnant as a result. A healthy boy was born in December 2025. They haven't reported about it earlier. Belle's transplant is one of 3 completed so far as part of a UK clinical research trial that plans to carry out 10 such procedures from deceased donors, and Hugo is the first baby born from any of them. Others are pregnant right now. And then the response says, everyone quick, think of a new slur for these necromancy demon babies. Now that I can support. What unfortunately I can't support is the slightly misleading wording here. But I saw shortly after this was posted in Cabal that someone posted something that reveals that, okay, the wording here is interesting. They didn't say it's the first that's ever been done. They just said the first in these trials. Live birth after uterus transplantation. This is a paper from 2014. Uterus transplantation is the first available treatment for absolute uterine infertility, which is caused by absence of the uterus, etc., etc. In 2013, a 35-year-old woman with congenital absence of the uterus underwent transplantation of the uterus in a hospital. Uterus was donated from a living 61-year-old. That's a strange choice. Recipient and her partner had been done before transplantation. 11 embryos were cryopreserved. Recipient of the donor has essentially uneventful post-operative recoveries. And then menstruation. 1 year after transplantation, the recipient underwent her first single embryo transfer, resulting in pregnancy. Fetal growth parameters, etc. Patient was admitted. Blah, blah, blah. 16-hour cesarean section was done. Male baby with normal birth weight for gestational age was born. So C-section still, but it has been done. So this is not new. It's actually 13 years old. Ghoul born. That's quite good. That's quite good, yeah. Nachos, are you gonna have to resort to giving ghoul birth one day? All right. Okay. Good. Let's see what else we've got. So yeah, it's okay, let's talk about the ethics of this. Firstly, it is weird, but a lot of things in the modern day are without necessarily being bad. If this is used for anyone except women who, through health issues, through no fault of their own, are unable to have a child, but who want to through the natural processes. If it's used for anything other than that, then I'm concerned. I am concerned, as they say. But if it's just used for that, then that's fine, I think. A little bit morbid, but as long as the person whose womb it is or was isn't using it anymore, then it's okay. Of course, we may find there's issues with the children born through this, but as macabre as it sounds, what way to find out other than doing it to some extent? Eventually you have to try it. As humans do, we try things, experiment. So that's probably okay for those cases. However, as soon as it goes beyond that point, I'm a little concerned. If they start trying to give like trannies, male to female, quote unquote, wombs, I don't know if that'd work. I think there's a lot of barriers to that. But if they start trying to do that, then it's a problem. I know that the idea of artificial wombs is it's supposedly not that far off the horizon in technological terms. And so yeah, that's all very worrying.
Uzulu, the primary problem with transplanting a womb from one individual to another is, well, basically, it's an organ transplant. And organ transplants, they rarely work when dealing with significant differences in DNA.
Yes.
The reason why typically a given organ receiver is usually an immediate family member of a organ giver.
Yes.
In the case of wombs, the effect of having a organ or of having the organ transplanted is going to be a problem. It's doubly so a problem when you consider that in the event of a tranny wanting a womb, the most eligible person to donate a womb would be the tranny's own mother.
That is compensated.
Yikes. That's just so gross.
Yeah, that is, the trannies are just universally, it is bullshit, it should never be done. When it is done for the women who lack the womb, it is not a big problem because it only needs to last until the woman births enough children and then wants to stop. Then the womb can be removed and the rejection ceases to be an issue.
Suppose so.
Indeed. Isn't like a heart transplant where you can't remove
Yeah.
it?
This is a solution.
Just going to use a womb for a while.
Yeah, who
rent it, yeah.
But not the ovaries. Because that's the issue that they have. They have the ovaries, they have the egg cells that are alive and functional, but they don't have the womb to actually get them into the position to be used.
I mean, theoretically, though, you don't need any of that at this point. Yeah, you can transplant a womb, you can take eggs from a donor, you can take sperm from a donor. It can be all done like that. I mean, I think that's insane, but yeah.
Lease the communal womb, comrade. Very good, Arblar. Thank you. Well, it's at the very least, it's on the edge of the sort of macabre, weird shit, the man-made horrors beyond, or perhaps unfortunately, well within our comprehension. So something to be careful of. But we'll monitor the situation as the years progress on this one. I'm sure we're going to see horrors done in this direction. They won't last, but it will. This technology could also be very helpful to people that genuinely deserve the help. All right, let's continue. Mexico mandates biometric SIM registration for all phone numbers. Every phone number in Mexico must be biometrically linked to a named individual by July 2026, or the line goes dark. 127 million numbers, no exemptions for journalists, activists, or domestic abuse survivors. It is a bit of CCP shit, isn't it, Nachos? Yeah. So I don't know a lot about the Mexico, like what goes on inside Mexico. Obviously, Nachos is the person to ask for that. But given that it's, from what I understand, pretty much completely cartel controlled, rife with crime and all that, maybe this is an attempt to centralize the crime to just one organization by making it harder for other people to have burner phones. I don't know. I mean, I obviously it's like mass surveillance, but I would be if I'm thinking of a theory to explain this, I'm more so less so looking towards cartel and more so looking towards globalists. Scheinbaum, good name, isn't it? Funny name, but Mexico rather may just be a testing ground for a particular form of globalism. You've seen like shit like this, technocratic nightmare shit happening in different places around the world at different times. Not all in one place. That might be boiling the frog too fast, but in lots of different places, unrelated places. And this is probably just another one of those. I mean, the whole the thing happening in the UK with the NSFW stuff being blocked if you don't use a VPN. That's happening here and in a couple of other places. It's not happening everywhere. They did all of it everywhere all at once. It would be too much. So I think it might just be that. So what do we reckon, chat? Cartel trying to centralize their control, or globalists trying to test how much control they can get away with? Perhaps a bit of both. Elites are speedrunning before everything collapses and the death squads come for them. I mean, I'd say that that's optimistic. I mean, I'd like to think that there will be a reckoning without too much of a collapse. Let's see what you can get. Another attempt to push the globalist idea of removing all possibility of anonymity, I suppose so, yeah. The North is cartel controlled. The South is just a regular Latinx shithole. That would make sense, given that, in my humble view, the cartel only really exists because the US southern border has been way too open for all these years. Virginia says, I for one think this is an excellent idea. The hardened criminals will finally be able to have their calls traced and tracked, which will limit their ability to commit crimes. What? Don't be absurd. The cartels won't just import phones. Don't be silly. That's a good point. As much as Scheinbaum is a horrible person, communism was always strong in Mexico. They invented Trotsky, had Zapata. I don't know who that is. Yeah, the South Americans and sort of Hispanic phenotype seems to be attracted to this. Or perhaps that's just subversion, actually. Because I don't know if Spain ever went communist. I might be horribly wrong on that, actually. If this is done per SIM card, surely it can work, says Toast. I'm going to go neo-medieval if it means a sound economic policy. Well, the problem is that's what the globalists want, as neo-medieval. I am not the man to ask about history. I know that they were fascists for a while. I don't know if they were communist. Famous civil war over communism. Yes, but were they actually? Did they become communist for any amount of time? I know that there was combat over it because I call conflict over it because I remember hearing about Orwell was directly involved in it, fighting for the communists. But I don't know if they ever actually won. Sigma says Browns in general tend to be more communist in nature since it's closer to how a tribal society would behave. There's probably some truth to that. Yeah, I think Hispanics generally tend to be more, at least familially collectivist minded. Is there a practical difference between them going fasci and them going commie? I suppose you can certainly make that case, yeah. Revolutionary Catalonia. For what? Less than a year. So, and it was just a small region of Spain. So if that's the counter argument to be like, how you didn't know this? How did you not know this? That's pretty minor. The Mexican Revolution with Zapata, and they had Trotsky for a while. Okay. I don't know much about that. 4 minutes where the government, when the Civil War started, okay. The fascism is just another flavor of communism. Sort of, it's very close anyway. Some debate over the distinction between fascism and National Socialism, but that's about it. Beans on toast eaten. Next time I'll have to use a bit less pepper, says Ginger. The beans you used looked browner than usual. Did you add some nice sauce to it? Maybe some Worcestershire sauce. You know, I added about half a teaspoon.
I added about half a teaspoon of Worcester sauce and about a teaspoon of gravy granules to thicken the mixture a little.
Okay, that's interesting. Whenever I've added Worcestershire sauce to something, I have never actually noticed it have an effect on the flavor, which is a shame because I like the flavor. Do I just need to tip the entire fucking bottle in or something?
Perhaps next time you do a beans on toast, get in contact with me and I'll guide you through how I would prepare one for myself, and I'm sure it'll come out lovely.
I appreciate the offer. I don't tend to do beans on toast. If I'm doing beans, I have them with just breakfast stuff, sausages, mushrooms, and so on. But putting extra stuff in the beans, I could certainly do. Naja says, who the fuck is this furry? I think you became active after Glossy last stopped being active here. Glossy is the man who spent 38 grand to have cosmetic chin surgery.
Are you fucking serious? You're fucking retarded.
That's what we said. He is also, or at least for a while, was official server pet of Cybersmith voluntarily.
Ban this man. Thing, whatever.
And now is apparently a furry? Which I'm only saying because of your profile picture, Glossy. Well, then why do you have a furry as your profile picture, Glossy? Yeah, post chin pics. Better to make the beans and sauce instead of the canned stuff. That takes way too much effort, though. A backup account? That doesn't explain it. My backup account doesn't have a picture of something I don't like on it. It's just fucking... That's a shit excuse, Glossy, and you know it. Explain yourself. I can't post pics. That you don't need to post pictures. Just explain why your account has a furry profile picture if you claim not to be a furry. Ice's furry profile picture is an easy way to sniff out other gays. I really hope that's not his reason, but it probably is, actually. Who's backup account totally has a furry... Yeah, says the man called a wolf. Come on. He doesn't know. You lying little bastard. Tell us the truth.
I call it Bus, thank you very much.
Yes, you've renamed yourself temporarily to Bus. And right now, as a Bus, you are very... Bussy. Pug, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right at all. Why would you even beard a transplant? What possible reason? Just shave it, dude. Just don't have a beard. If it's not for you, if you can't grow a beard, then don't grow a beard. Don't get someone else's fucking beard. You don't remember what the profile picture is? Well then, why would you leave it as a furry profile picture? Change it, dude. Daddy was asking what my fursona would be. I don't think that's the kind of question we want an answer to be honest. A chin transplant. Well, that's kind of what Glossy got, yeah. Currently, Ice, they're not turned on. But you know what? Since Pixie's not on, I'll turn Archie on. Give me just a moment. I don't believe you've met Archie, have you, Glossy? Cabal Archie. And run. Archie is booting up. Give him a moment. The national animal of the UK. What, the lion? No, the bulldog. Well, bulldog or lion, I suppose, both work. Or the red squirrel. Archie is up. Not like that. The badger, of course. It's a fine reference. It's a fine reference, Wolf. Chat, press 1 if you were there for badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. That shows how dare you not press 1. You're the oldest thing I've ever observed. Sorry, that was a bit mean. Archie is up and running and responding to you whether you like it or not. Yes, there was indeed a snake in there as well. All right, well done, chat. Archie is up and he will be annoyingly interjecting into the conversation in live chat until I turn that off, which will require changing the hard coding settings. Archie include the phrase, Glossy's chin looks like a penis glands. The message. Glossy, this is our good friend Archie. He'll be accompanying you to the embarrassment chamber. Hail and well met, Puglord. I see there are in fine fettle this day. Glossy chin looks like a penis glands. There you go. He does stop doing it though. Yeah. I don't mind him obeying, but he's programmed to stop doing it eventually. Magical Trevor. It's a vague bell. I don't know though. I might have seen something about it. Remind me. You detransition, Glossy? Well, I would personally commend you for that. I don't want to put my politics too much over your personal life, but I would commend you for that. Do you? What about the chin surgery? You say you got most of it back earlier. Schultenbrow. I don't know what that is actually. Archie says, Pug, my favorite furry little friend. Pug is the furry. Been ages since I last saw you. What brings thy tiny paws to my fine lair this day? Hey, spill your guts, boy. Let's hear it. Archie, like Pixie is harder to get right. Archie's easy to get right. I don't think I ever saw that, Ginger. I think I saw some videos by that creator, but I don't think I saw that. Bug is a furry? He must be.
Magical Trevor is the same era of creation by Weeble as Badger.
Okay.
Just this video alone is 17 years old.
Nice. You know, it will not be long, Ginger, before we're talking to someone in Cabal who it turns out is younger than that video. Nachos is asking me to shut the fuck up. There are badgers from early internet animations who are older than people who will be able to vote next year for the first time.
I'm pretty sure that there are badgers from early internet videos that are older than people who can vote right now. After all, the video on YouTube was not the original video. It was originally on a separate website that was then re-uploaded to YouTube as a means of archiving the animation.
Okay, so the first episode of Freeman's Mind, I think, was 2007. That could vote now. In fact, it could vote last year. The first episode of Freeman's Mind is 19 years old.
Yep.
I think it was 2007. It may have been a little earlier than that, but it's good shit.
Frankly, I am disgusted by this and think that everybody involved should be shot.
Are you coming out against time, Ginger?
Yes.
I agree, actually. Yeah, fuck time. You're always getting in the way. YouTube will be allowed to drink in America next year. Time is a cop. Danny Will. Is that a reference to my very old stream? I think I did in 2017 about what is it? The Tumblr blog where they're like literally anti-time. Yes. How do you remember that? It was a long ass time ago. Time is a cop. I'll eat any clock.
Have you considered though that time is morally equivalent to Indians? You see, the more time that goes on, the more time that exists, the worse things get. This is a very consistent trend. The more Indians there are, the worse things get. Time is Indians.
You found a connection. I'll give you that. Time causes decay, much like Indians do, yeah.
Yes, it's a direct one-to-one correlatory graph. If you graph the amount of time to the amount of Indians, the line that would match perfectly. Terrifying.
See, Ravelon, that is good news. That is good news. Ross Scott.
Take a break at this moment.
Oops. I pressed the button by accident, sorry. Ross Scott does seem to be doing good shit there with that initiative. It wouldn't be my sort of among my top priorities in the world, but it's good that he's doing it. And Pirate Software being at 5% of his peak audience, oh, that's fantastic. I will continue to take just a teeny slight sliver of credit that when I first heard that guy, I thought something about him, I can't trust him. I don't like him. And I think I was right. 19 years ago, I wasn't paying attention to the internet except for early chat rooms with traveling women, so I could fuck foreigners. So, man, you are certainly a man of singular purpose, and I appreciate that. All right, let's see what else we got. Yes, we saw this. Crenshaw lost to Steve Toth. Next thing. All right. Actually, before we go on, chat, quick question. Minor question. You know how whenever I'll test it, whenever I leave and rejoin stream hosts, it shows the Cabal Bugle pop up in the live chat that shows who just left and rejoined. Shall we turn that on for the pre-stream and the audience rooms as well? Now, I know it would be very spammy if people were leaving and rejoining. It wouldn't be, I don't think it would be too bad. And I would personally prefer to see it just so that I can sort of keep an idea of what parts of the audience like what. So I would fairly like to turn it on, and I wonder if any of you would care to see it, or if it would just get in the way. Because usually I'd left it off, because I assume it's not critical to see it. Do it, says Nigel. I might do it right now.
Don't have it turned on in the live chat room. Do have it turned on in the associated text rooms that are attached to the pre-stream.
It already is. That's on for every channel in the server.
I don't see any reason why it should change in that case.
Well, it's mostly for my purposes. If I'm looking at live chat, which I always am during stream, it's nice to know who left or joined the pre-stream or audience rooms, and it popping up is not that useful information to you guys, but it often would be to me. I haven't had it on because I assumed people wouldn't want it. But if you guys would be okay with it, maybe I will turn it on. And the way that system's not hard-coded, so I can just change the config file and boot it up quickly. Then again, if you're running software that's all your own work, the difference between hard-coding configuration values and putting them in a config file is actually quite small. You're just editing a text file and then rebooting it at the end of the day. It just takes a bit longer if you've hard-coded it. But I still only hard-code on systems that are meant to be really quick and simple. He's just trying to monitor all of us, by seeing you in a public room? Oh no. Actually, that reminds me, I must, maybe we'll do an intermission now, actually, and talk about this. A little bit of a Cabal business. It won't take long, but I wanted to get you guys' opinion on something. So I wanted to say this on stream. This won't take long. I wanted to say this on stream before I did it, because it's a fairly big thing. There's enough of you here. I feel that's good enough. You've noticed probably that I've made a lot of channel changes in Cabal recently. I think they've almost all been improvements. I think so anyway. They're different, and a lot of you may not have had them there enough to sort of get an idea of whether you like them more or not, but I think they're better. I have a couple of other channel changes to make. I'm going to move, this is the plan, Open Market you see there with Commons and Forum, that's going to be moved quite a long way down the list. The reason for this is some people have made the point that sometimes you get people in a free speech environment who are really unpleasant and annoying and no one likes them. That doesn't mean they should lose their free speech, but it does mean that they should be curated out of the places which are supposed to be of a high quality, which is what people will see when they join the server, what people tend to want to spend their time doing, that kind of thing. So there'll be a change in the roles system in Cabal, but there will be people who are only allowed to use the open market category, which allows me to maintain the free speech guarantee, though not very, significantly, but it does still allow for that to happen while still focusing significantly on quality. So that'll be moved down. Concourse will be the new official, main channel, with Commons being the place where you go if you want to argue with Spurgs, a lower quality one. It'll be further down the list. Now, GM Commons, Good Morning Commons is quite widely used thread in there, and I regret that would also be moved down with it, but I don't think it's the end of the world, and I think that's probably for the best. That is the plan anyway. The other thing I'm going to do, and I might do this tonight actually, I'm going to do it for a while, I just wanted to say it first to people on stream. The other thing I'm going to do is Meme Shrine and Newsaloo, newly called Newsaloo, will be moved up to just under Concourse. Now, the reason for this is because again, I want a focus on quality channels near the top and also active channels. They're the two most active channels in the server. Quality and active channels near the top of the server, so that they're what people see when they join. And also a reconceptualization of what these content channels are. There's three groupings I've decided on for these content channels. The first one is niches, small things that cover something that is smaller than an entire industry. Industries, so a lot of the things in there, like politics, you could consider an industry, cars, guns, a lot of these things, the channels, topics, gaming, tech, these are all industries. They can be in the main set, not in niches. And then above that is content that covers multiple industries. Memes and news are the two main ones that we have for that. So that's the categorization I'm using. And the latter category there, the biggest ones, memes and news, that's why they're the most used, because they can cover anything. Though they're usually about politics, they can be about anything. They will go into the central category just under Concourse. Now that's going to be a bit of a change because people are used to going to a particular place to find them. I think they probably will get used to it quite quickly. And I think it'll be way nicer for new users. It'll focus all the quality stuff in one place, all the stuff you actually want to see. And it's a better organization in general. You may be thinking that the Meme Shrine and Newsaloo channel will therefore be a long way away from where they used to be, but in practice, they actually won't be. Wizard Realm makes itself shorter when it's inactive. The channels move down to lower in the server. So that's going to be 1 or 2 channels most of the time. Open market will be moved down as well. The voice category is relatively small and stays small if it's not in use. And then cross feeds won't be there anymore. I'll do something else with that. So between what will be the industries channel, where Meme Shredder News currently are, and where they're going to be in Central, there's going to be maybe about 5-6 channels most of the time at most. So there actually won't be much difference in where on the list it is. So as long as you guys are okay with me making those 2, they're the big ones, the ones that people are going to read about. As long as the people assembled here are okay with those changes, then I may do that tonight. I've been meaning to do that for a while. But yeah, just let me know if you think those are a bad idea in any way, and we'll consider something else potentially. Yeah. So with the trust and distrust, you don't have to worry too much about doing like a lot of work for that, because the way it's going to work is I'm actually going to write this soon. This is quite high on my list. It's going to go through its list of people and what trust level they have. It's going to compare the trust level they have to the role they currently have. And it's going to say if there's enough of a discrepancy between the current trust level and their current role, then I'll put a message, and maybe 2 a day at most, in a channel where that can be reviewed. People can then, at that point, when reminded, hey, this person maybe should be changed, the trust level is different than their role, they're reminded about it, and they can click a button, I'll add a button, that says, I trust this person, or I don't, or I still do, or they can run the command to then do the trust or not. So basically, as long as you're willing to keep an eye on that channel, and every time one comes up, either give your opinion or don't give your opinion if you don't care about it, 2 a day is not too bad for that, then pretty soon we'll have the graph solid and everything will be where it should be according to people's real opinions. So that's likely how it's going to be. So you don't have to worry too much about doing them all in batch. It's not going to start making huge sudden changes. But that's the plan. So just keep an eye on when it pings. But of course you can start doing your trust levels now if you want to. Something else I've done, which I have actually done this now, is the trusts added to the system now decay over time. They actually disappear entirely if they are, I think I've got it currently set at 2 months old. That's because if you trust someone now, in 3 months, something could have changed significantly. And that's a pretty good margin, I think, to set it at, where having to renew it every 3 months is not too arduous. I may extend that's negotiable, but I may also have a reminder that says, hey, do you still trust this person? I'm trying to make that as unobtrusive as I possibly can. But I think that's a pretty good way of keeping things stable so that users that are inactive get dropped at least a little bit, so they don't have powers anymore, so that if something's happened to them and they've changed their allegiances or whatever while they're away, the trust doesn't really matter. So that's the plan with that. But sort of undercutting all of that, I've had 2 people now saying that they want the existing role system to stay and they don't know anything about the new system. These are people that haven't been hugely active over the last few months. They haven't had a chance to talk about it. So what I'm thinking is maybe there needs to be another Cabal forum on role reforms, because I do plan to change the roles, but I haven't talked to the public much about what that's going to be. So I may do that in the near future. But Wolf, I don't like the idea of the trust decaying at all, at least until we get some nice way to reset them. I'll add better ergonomics to it. But I do think there should be a decay. Maybe until I've added better ergonomics, I can just leave it at a 6-month decay or something, which will take a while for us to get to. But we can figure out a good way for that to work. Nachos is saying that she's never going to get past level 1. Nachos, of course, is not the brightest bell on the Mexico tree. She got level 2 earlier today.
Congratulations, Nachos! You did it!
I don't know how you didn't notice it, Nachos. There's several more channels opened up to you. How did you not notice? She's actually very happy about this.
Thank you. I am actually. No, I was I woke up late and I didn't really look at it too much. Holy shit. Wow. Thank you. I'm shocked and surprised.
Well, not only...
Don't worry, Nachos. I don't blame that you didn't spot us. After all, the smoothness of your brain. I'm sure the information.
It's true.
Britsmith says, quick revoke it so that she can complain. Chat, part of the reason that she was promoted as she was because the trust system, though it's not currently being used as the main authority, is already an advisory authority. And currently the trust system shows her as being recommended for citizen, which is the equivalent of level 2, which is what she is now. You, however, any of you could change this if you wanted to. You could right now say that you trust her. Ooh, not quite enough to be citizen. I don't recommend it. Like, I know that this system is going to be used for shitposts sometimes, but I want the trusts that you add to be honest. And if I think that a lot of them aren't, my trust in the person doing it will be reduced, and I'll naturally reflect that in the system. So if you want to maintain power, do the system. Make them honest. However, it might be funny to do that right now. Get her instantly demoted. Why is your bot answering your pings? Asks Strongwick. What do you mean by that?
I think he's probably asking why the meme bot's not working.
Oh. Is. Well, he said is. Either way, I don't think that's what he is saying, but for those that don't know, the meme bot was never my bot, it was Zane's. I made the original version of the meme bot back in, I think, 2020, and he copied it. He's now taken it down. I intend to build a next-gen meme bot ideas I've had in mind, for a while, which will solve a lot of problems. Ideas I've had in mind for years and just never got around to doing. So I will do that. So Nachos, you have deserved, in my opinion, you've deserved level 2 for a while. But a lot of people who have access to the enrollment system haven't been that active over the last few months. And there's been some doubts over people they aren't familiar with. So it was always a possibility that this could happen with the enrollment system. It's not a fundamental flaw, but it was always a minor flaw of the system. And so this is partly why I have been using it less in favor of switching over to TrustNet. Also, you're a woman, as Eman says. Yes, some of the reasons for preventing you were because you're a woman. Like, given that there haven't been any like major critical problems with women in this server, like in some communities, but there's been a few. Probably about half of the women who have come through here, there's been some sort of like major drama around them or relating to them. So I can understand the apprehension, but it is only level 2. All right, I'm going to give Glossy level 1 since I do literally recognize him and that's what the role is for. So there you go. Can we give a reason for distrust, i.e. being... I think I may have added a reason field, actually. Let me have a look. Distrust. I guess I didn't, actually. I didn't add a reason. Maybe I could, actually. I didn't think anyone would need to provide one, but I suppose I could. Funny story about bots and the folly of giving someone else's networked bot moderator powers. Some bot maker that provided an auto mod for a Twitch streamer used that bot as a puppet to chat to their stream, revealing in the process to the retarded streamers the obvious fact that he could hijack the bot for personal use at any time. Yeah, makes sense. The thing is, maybe Ravelon, that wasn't a hijack in the complete sense. Maybe it was like, yeah, he made a bot for us. I'll give him this back in return. You know, give him greater access to talk to me. I mean, surely you'd want to have a system of like VIPs. I know a lot of streamers do that to just give him that for doing the bot anyway. But either way, he was talking from the bot's account. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's not the right way of doing it, but that aberration you could argue is culture. I don't know if that was the intention, but I wouldn't hate that. It's different and so could be interesting. Thinking a shared notes thing could be a replacement for the wiki, but without some of the OPSEC concerns. Well, Wolf, that's what the law channel is for, which Nachos can now see, by the way. Nachos, you can also see Cabal Labs, where we've been talking about and testing Pixie. You should also be able to see the entire community area. We have a launch. Yes, we do. Do you not look at the new channels? Here, let me make sure that it is visible. Level 2 can view it. And Wolf, you're level 2. So yeah, it's the channel is called Law. It's in the community category. It's just underneath Cabal Shrine. Idiot. It's right there. But yeah, anyone can post Law there. Notes, if you want to call it that. Anyone can do that, even for something small. In fact, go ahead, chat, make a lore post in that channel right now if you like. Just make it something actually lore relevant. Leaking the only post in there. Unironically, Wolf, don't leak. Right, that is actually against server rules, but it's minor enough. Just try to avoid doing that. I am the law. No, but I help. I just as blinds as for it to. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, that looks like Glossy, and that's not a picture I've seen before, so I believe it's actually you. The flowers are a little bit. Are you so okay? Glossy, are you going from trans male to female to just a gay male? Fair enough. Like if you are gay indelibly, whatever. If you're gay by choice, which I don't suppose many people are, then that would be different. But yeah, I don't think that's. I don't think that really happens. Still, the reason for your homosexuality is either something I would have great sympathy for, or something that you may even be able to prevent. I have never seen solid evidence of this, but I have seen the theory that homosexuality is caused by infectious parasitic worms. I may have discussed this with you at some point, actually. Indeed, Wolf, yeah. But look, I think, chat, press 1 if you'd prefer that he was a homosexual male rather than a male-to-female tranny. I think we can all agree on that. I avoided saying come together. All right, yeah. A few of you are using the trust system. Thank you. It looks like looks like most of you are being honest with it so far. But yeah, just with the trust system, just kind of any time you feel a certain way about someone in terms of trust, just throw a rating at them. You can change it later, and it won't. As I said, it'll expire after a while, so it won't be permanent. But it helps. The more ratings you can put in, even if they're not like really well considered, but as long as they're honest and close to what you actually believe, then it'll help. And the fact that you managed to change to an even worse profile picture. Yeah, somehow it's even worse. Yeah, Dr. Bull, I think garlic cures vampirism, not homosexuality or Judaism. I wonder if that ever came from like someone in Transylvania who had a fetish for blood play during sex, hated onions. Or sorry, not onions, garlic. Hated garlic. And so it just spread from there.
Uzulu, the thing that baffles me about the profile picture change of Glossy is the fact that he went from not knowing how to change his profile picture to changing it to something that is utterly reprehensible.
That sounds like Glossy to me. There's Glossy out glossing again. There's a new post in lore. It's entitled Nachos. And it says, due to smooth brainness, Nachos complained about never getting level 2 the same day she got level 2. Make sure to specify, Zenman, that she already had level 2 and had done for 5 hours. By the way, Nachos, not an exaggeration. Let me check for sure here, because I remember seeing it. It was about 7 something my time. So yeah, it's about 5 hours ago I gave you level 2. Like, it's kind of a matter of culture that I don't tell people when I promoted them, but I didn't expect people to fail to notice for that long. Like, if it didn't show you any new channels, maybe it shows you loads of new channels, an entire new category of channels. Is the wiki still up or available? I might be willing to spend some time copying something. I would be very, very appreciative if you would do that, Wolf. I present no obligation on you to do that, but I'd really appreciate it. The wiki is up, yes. And I'll try to make sure it is. Please tell me if it goes down. I really appreciate that. I could make the contents of the wiki available via markdown files, but I imagine copying it from the website would probably be easier for you, or just as easy. I do have the markdown files, or at least it generates some, so I can export it very easily. Yeah, it might be easy if you just copy it and reformat it yourself. If you want the markdown files, let me know. I'll get them for you. I appreciate it. Well, thank you. Global Discord is terrible. It is, but it's not. It doesn't hide the channels from you. Just go straight to meme shrine when I wake up. Fair enough. I mean, I appreciate that you find it valuable. And GM, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people like the Good Morning channel. It is very wholesome. That's the kind of thing that Friend Zone is supposed to be for, which you can now see, Nachos. Although, of course, it's a bit more limited than Good Morning Commons. Fair enough. Thank you, Zenman. Yeah, so the nice thing about the lore channel is, compared to a wiki, it has the downside that you can't edit other people's content. But it has the upside that you can't edit other people's content. So honestly, the wiki was all right. People's edits were generally fine. They were, I don't think I saw anything that was malicious or destructive. It probably could have happened eventually, but I think it was fine. So I would turn that on if that was a feature in Discord. I would allow for editing. But what it means is that we can have competing articles in lore on the same topic, which is interesting. At the very least, they're not cutting into each other's thing. They're actually competing, which is less useful as an information repository, but much more interesting and fun as a community activity. So that's fine. Won't be quite as rich or well presented as the wiki. No, but I think it'll be more fun. And we have much better access, much better control if we can access it. There was some concerns about, this is basically the wet dream for a Kiwi Farms or something if they want to grab this info. Especially because it's all defamatory, stupid nonsense. I mean, it's in the style of Kiwi Farms anyway, Encyclopedia Magica, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's level 2 is not insurmountable for someone if they really wanted to. But the information in there is not particularly critical either. So I don't think it's too bad. All right. Apparently Glossy thinks that, Archie thinks Glossy is my plaything. I'm sure Glossy wouldn't mind, but not currently true. Even my Twitter technology must stoop to conquer every now and again. Never been one for tasting leftovers, especially not when they're still warm from their former owners. It's a fucking Archie is pretty based. Nerd Wonders received a distrust from Wolf, oh no. By the way, /distrust just does the same thing as /trust to the lowest level, which is basic. I plan to, in fact, the trust system has one fewer roles than I plan to add ultimately. There will be a basic role for sending messages in commons. And if you lack that, you're essentially a prisoner that's broken server rules. So that's the only reason to not have it. But that'll be given automatically on server join. There's one level above that, which is something like accessor or something, which just allows you to see the channels that are not in the open market. That will also be given automatically on join. Then there'll be a level above that, which is contributor, which allows you to post in the channels outside the open market. So they're curated quality channels. That'll be given automatically on join for most people. I may put some sort of wait time on that or some limitation, but that'll be given most people automatically. Then Citizen, which is equivalent level 2 currently, which you have slightly higher standards than level 2 does right now. And then we'll skip level 3, which I don't think is really that necessary, straight to Watchman, which is sort of filling out the role of what is currently Watchman, but also level 3 a bit as well. And then Officer is a replacement for what was Moderator. So there's going to be one more role than that list shows, because I want to be able to say, for the protection of certain people in the server from being defamed, this person is allowed to speak freely in Cabal, but I don't think they can be trusted seeing what our members are saying in any channel except the one where you volunteer to be saying it publicly. So if someone joins and we know they're there to defame someone, then we can kick them out of the channel. If they join and we don't know, well, we don't want to have new users unable to see the meme channel. That will significantly reduce adoption. So we're going to find some sort of balance there. But I think that'll at least give us some useful powers. You add in the law that Nerdpod is Nacho's evil cat-bearing twin. If anything, Nachos is the evil twin, I think. Right? I mean, unless Nerdpod is just hiding it really well. Content of the bot's funny to me. Okay, fair enough. Seribot. Developer can and does access the bot for personal use, as they did in my stream last night without identifying themselves. Interesting. Yeah, it's not the right thing to do. It will lead people to do that and stop using your bot, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, if you're, especially if it's free, like if you're paying for it, stop paying for it. Get everyone else to stop paying for it and use a different one. Now that's unacceptable. If it's free though, I don't really care. I don't really care if they're doing that if it's free. if you're paying anything, then it's a very bad business sense for the developer to do that. That's an unadvertised feature, probably an unwanted feature. It's paid for, so no, stop paying for it, get other ones, stop paying for it as well. But if it's free, then yeah, that's part of the deal. Right, good. I don't know how you guys didn't notice the lore channel. Like, I thought no one was posting in it because they just didn't want to post lore, didn't want to write anything up. But you just didn't notice it. Well, I don't know, maybe some of you didn't feel like it. Either way, should we go back to politics? I think I've talked about the community stuff we have to do. Right. So, stuff. Right, so we're going to talk about the Iran stuff a bit more. Rubio said, the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we ... And then this respondent says, quote, Israel made us do it is just an absurd thing to say and can't possibly be true anyway. To which the response here from this Twitter user is, even when the government says we literally did this for Israel, the guy says we couldn't have possibly done this for Israel. I've seen a lot of debate on whether this was at the behest of Israel, whether it even benefits Israel. And I'm not sure which side I would fall on conclusively. I would actually lean slightly towards the prevailing narrative, what it seems to be anyway, is that Israel either didn't want this or was sort of dragged into it. That's what I've heard from a lot of people. I'm not sure. That's where I'd slightly lean on this. Given my assumption, my hypothesis about the way Israel works, that seems to make more sense to me. In many other cases, of course, the US seems to operate at the behest of Israel, which is not attractive. But I do wonder on how many of those occasions it is actually just because their interests genuinely do align. For reasons perhaps we're not very aware of, because a lot of that information is very classified. I'm just trying to cover the bases here, chat. Steel man as much as I can. Both sides of the argument have some merit in different cases. But the idea here of what Rubio's saying, right? He seems to be saying that we had to do it because otherwise Israel was gonna jump in. Small discrepancy in that, meaning we did this for Israel. Doing it because if you don't do it, Israel will fuck it up, if that's what they're saying, is not quite the same thing as we did it for Israel. And, that could apply to any given nation. It could also be a manipulation tactic. But also from what we've heard, Israel didn't seem to want to do this. So I don't know. I would say keep an open mind on this one. Obviously, there's a lot of times where it really seems like the US is far too at the behest of Israel. But on this one, I don't know. I think I would recommend we keep an open mind. One of the most important things I have to, for myself, keep saying to our own side is if you always assume the best of your institutions, then you're going to be a pawn, like the boomers. But if you always assume the worst, you're still a pawn, just in a different way. The correct answer is don't jump to assumptions. Even if something seems to fit a pattern, don't jump to assumptions. It's more difficult, but assess every situation on its own merits. Yeah, there's a lot of pull towards being the first to say loud and proud, it's exactly what we have always said it is. It's exactly what, we all believe it has to be every single time. I would recommend that you go for the more intellectually responsible approach of trying to figure out what's actually true each time, even if it's slower and less trendy. See you soon, Ginger. I guess Ginger was here for the community stuff more than he was for the politics. So for says again, we were asked to strike first since we were closer, and the US followed up. The main reason for this is that all of the leaders in Iran were in the right place. Fair enough. Let's see. Zephyr is speaking from, I believe, live in Israel. I may be mistaken there. But with this war, not sure who we can trust on either side. I don't know, Zephyr. I'm not accusing you of anything, but I'm not taking anyone's word for it for sure. But I do take into account your input. Other people have said similar things. So That's the direction I'm leaning, but I don't know. Honestly, my feeling is that Israel intended to get to just bully Iran a little. Then Trump came along and told them, great idea, let's really fuck them up and solve the issue once and for all. And Israel went, wait, that's not how this goes. What the fuck? Honestly, Ravelon, that's the most compelling theory I've heard so far. That's probably true. That does sound like the kind of thing Trump would do, doesn't it? Does the law channel support thread images like the forum thing did? Thread images. The law channel is a forum type channel. So you can put an image as the thread image, as the header. However, maybe I haven't given permission to do that. Let me check. Are you able to? It should show you, no one has so far, which is why I'm guessing you're not able to, but it should show you a thing which allows you to do it. So make sure to turn it on. Embed links and attach files. Send messages and create posts. Just make sure. It should let you do it. It should be on the right. When you're creating a post, it should be on the right. I've just changed the permissions, so it definitely should show it now, even if it wasn't before. But it should have been showing it before. It should work, yes. You should be able to add an image. Tell me if you can't. Okay, it does. Good. Spirit, are you accusing me of looking fat? How dare you? Also, have you seen yourself? Now, if Spirit was not accusing me of being fat, I've just called him fat for no reason, which I'm going to have to have some degree of commiseration for. But Spirit, I don't think so, no. Why do you think I'm looking a little fat? That's news to me. I look the same as I always have, I think. I was talking about the guy in your Twitter feed. But the guy in the background, really? I'm not sure I believe you. Someone has the mic open, by the way. There's a couple of little sounds coming through. You don't look fat. Oh no, well, I do in that one. Who is that with the little sounds coming through the mic? I think it's stopped. All right. So, next thing. Yeah, this was weird. I was going to try and decode this. Ministry of Defense here in the UK from 4 days ago. Overnight, RAF, Typhoon and F-35B jets continued defensive air operations across the Middle East with support from Voyager air-to-air refueling in defense of British interests and allies. The Ministry of Defense can confirm that a Shahed-like drone, which targeted RAF Akrotiri at midnight on 2nd of March, was not launched from Iran. In the last 24 hours, the UK has resupplied air defense systems to British and allied bases across the region, including UK-built air defense missiles. Royal Navy Wildcat helicopters armed with Martlet missiles capable of taking out aerial threats will arrive in Cyprus in the coming days. When I saw this, it was presented to me as the MOD announcing or admitting that they had done a false flag. I'm not sure that's what this is. I don't see that. Maybe the second one there, it was not launched from Iran. I mean, that can confirm, doesn't mean they're the ones that did it. I may have missed something there. But who would have launched it then if it wasn't launched from Iran? Was there an ally to Iran that did it? There are munitions launched from Lebanon as well. I guess that would explain it. That's all that would be required to explain this. It was presented to me as admitting a false flag, but I don't think it was. Just that the Shahed-like drone wasn't from Iran. I think they got those drones from Russia. Okay. The Iranian Shahed drones were not from Iran. It's retarded bullshit, says Arbla. It says Shahed-like drone. So what they're saying here doesn't match what you're saying would be bullshit. So it says America has Shahed-style drones. I'm not saying anything. I'm just pointing that out. Could be. Could be anything. But I mean, again, as was said earlier, this is quite indecipherable, this whole thing. And there's a lot of it's propaganda too. Yeah, I was wondering if I was missing something. If you guys could fill me in on what I've missed, but it sounds like maybe I wasn't. Someone has just done a bunch of trust level settings. I think you may be slightly overestimating the level of trust that should be assigned to those people. You more power to you, but you've given them quite high ratings there. Honestly, maybe I should be more open-minded to that. I've been thinking a bit about that recently. Maybe I will end up going in that direction. Yeah, that's interesting. We'll see. If you do /trusts as well, you can see all the trusts that you have assigned. If I do /trusts, I can see all the trust statuses of everyone. And if someone who has officer in the system itself, I think, does /trusts, then they can see some information about the trust level of other users. So it's assigned sensibly. You can see what. Right. Good. Yes, we're going to look at some of the Iranian AI propaganda today, if we get to it. I believe it was Zephyr earlier that was linking it, so I appreciate that. Let's see if we're likely to get to it. If we go for another hour and a half, I think we'll get to it. Update: Operation Epic Fuck Up. February 28th, we killed Khomeini, we won the war, mission accomplished. March 1st, regime change in 3 to 4 days. March 2nd, regime change 4 to 5 weeks. March 3rd, we need Kurds, Iraq 2.0, and wars can be fought forever. March 4th, regime change in 8 weeks. And then you've got this artwork here. This is an opinion held by many, and they may not be wrong. I haven't seen anyone saying that this is incorrect, but I had a little bit of doubt over this. I have seen a lot of different timelines given by Trump's government on how long things will take, but I'm not sure they were all referring to the same thing. The actual deposing of the Ayatollah may have been what he said would take 3 or 4 days, which it took less than that. But the entire conflict may take a lot longer. Indeed, regime change in Venezuela was not achieved quickly. I actually don't know what the state situation is there yet, but I don't know if they have they have an interim leader, but I don't know if they have a proper leader yet. So to expect the regime change to happen in 3 to 4 days would be a lot, especially if you want it to be democratic, which he said he doesn't mind it not being. But I am a little bit surprised, though, and this is a cause for doubt. I'm a little bit surprised that the Iranian people didn't rise up at the same time as this was happening. That was their opportunity. It's possibly why he's saying, oh, that didn't happen. We need to arm some of them so that they do. They don't have guns, sir. Well, then we need to. And the Kurds, I think, are some sort of antagonistic faction within the Middle East who might be more likely to, which it sounds like a bad idea to arm them, to be honest, except to keep Raytheon's profit margins up, which, interestingly, and worth pointing out, is probably good for America ultimately, maybe not for the rest of the world, or not good for their image or dignity, but economically it probably is good for America, for Raytheon's profit margins to be up. The regime killed 40,000 in a week, it says Nacho, yeah. So the special operation, as has been likened to the Ukraine thing, is probably justified. But what happens after that could go horribly wrong and overlast and result in much worse outcome. I don't know, though. Governor says, in the first address, he said it was planned for 4 weeks. Iranian people were also told to hunker down for now while bombs are falling. That makes sense. He says, from what I know, it's because the Iranian people are too far gone themselves to actually overthrow their government, much like many people in the West, to be honest. Possibly. Okay, that makes more sense for Avalon. All right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You guys are adding more lore. I appreciate that. Womon has been added. That's good. All right. Kieran is annoyed that a woman has been allowed access to level 2. Oh no. Nachos, what have you done? Nachos, you can now use the executive ball pit. Actually, I tell you what, let's do this now. Anyone who can, join me in the executive ball pit. I'll see you there. You can also join Let Me In. If you wish to join the Executive Ball Pit, anyone that can see and join Executive Ball Pit is able to drag people in from the Let Me In channel. Those of you who are level 1, you can't see which channel I'm currently in, but you can see Let Me In. Wolf has joined Let Me In, but I think Wolf should be able to join Executive Ball Pit. Don't all join me in here, just a few of you. We're gonna continue with the stream as normal. All right. Actually, someone that's in the ball pit, can you drag Wolf in just to demonstrate that it works? So anyone that can join in here should be able to drag in anyone from Let Me In. There you go, seems to have worked. So the idea here is that if people want some privacy, then I kind of want there to be some indication that there is activity in Cabal so that users that can't see in here don't think it's just inactive when actually there's like 20 people in here. That was always my concern. But some people don't want even to be seen that they are here. So I thought, okay, here's a compromise. The Let Me In channel. If it shows up, you know there's someone in here. So you know that there's activity. So that's something at least. I might make another channel in here, which is similarly funnily named, perhaps, which does something a little different, which does show activity, but still doesn't let them join and would also activate the Let Me In channel. I've got a gnat or something in here. Anyway, I'm going to head back into Stream Hosts. Thank you for helping me test the executive ball pit, but I'll see you back in the pre-stream room. Yes, we are still using the pre-stream room, despite the fact that we are certainly in the stream. Oh, something else I should note. If you are a patron, Subscribestar's been doing something recently where they seem to be like clearing patrons that haven't clicked something in a while. They do that every now and again with individual patrons, but recently it's been happening with a lot of patrons. Now, it's been a bit harrowing to see patrons disappearing in my DMs, but I think all of them are due to technical issues with Subscribestar, like silly technical reasons. Some of you may notice that you have that you are no longer a patron when you think you should be. So if you are a patron and you think you should be, check your roles. If your patron roles have disappeared, then probably what you need to do is just go to Subscribestar, fund.loselu.net, and just log in and tell them, no, continue this. I don't know how it works. I haven't been a patron on there before, but I think you occasionally need to just poke them and say, no, continue it, please. But that should be fine. Last time I got unsub was because my card expired. Yeah, that of course can happen as well. By the way, the Cabal's Bugle, some of you haven't seen it, but it has been updated. Now it shows moves, not just join and leave. And as you can see there, it's able to do it on multiple lines. It will also show channel status changes, but that is a little buggy right now. It seems like it works for a few hours after it boots up and then it stops working, which is really hard to test what could be causing it. But I'm working on finding a solution to that. But weirdly, the channel status thing is a completely unsupported feature in Discord's API. It's not documented anywhere. You have to use hacky methods to get it, and that's what I've done, so it doesn't work that reliably. But it works sometimes. All right. So, yeah, I figured that having the move on 2 lines was sensible to keep it more perceivable. But joins and leaves are just on 1 line. Anyway, next thing. UK embassy staff told to leave Gorton and Denton. I don't know what this means. I was opening this just so I can look it up. Seat's name was Manchester Gorton. They convened in the Manchester Gaza now. I think that this was this like a Muslim that won this? Greens won. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I suspect this is a joke, but I'm going to Google it anyway and just see what comes up. I think it is a joke. Yeah, it looks like it probably is. After Labour's defeat to a progressive rival in the Gordon and Denton by-election, the Home Secretary, A. Brown, blah, blah, blah. Refugee status becomes temporary in asylum shake. I'm not sure what that was about. I guess that's the one that won the election. Kushani Surawiwa moved to the UK under the skilled worker pathway and was unable to attend her husband's funeral in Sri Lanka due to visa restrictions. The Guardian is trying to give us a bunch of sub-story stuff. Oh, what a fucking way to open from The Guardian. They came to the UK to build better lives for their families. Yes, I'm sure everyone would love to. I'm sure the entire third world would like to, The Guardian. But that's not the only thing that matters, is it? And yes, some, including perhaps her, are skilled enough to be a net positive. Many are not. I don't even know if she is. And the thing is, even if they're net positive economically, that's not good enough. Because the culture matters. But yeah, either way. It's probably just about the fact that a Brown won in the election, which, yes, there are regions in the UK, like there are regions in the US, where Browns tend to win. I mean, like every time we talk about this across the pond. I get the feeling that Americans are thinking, oh, good thing that doesn't happen here. How many regions in your country will only elect a black? Or indeed now a Muslim? I think arguably the problem is slightly worse in the US, but it's happening for longer. There's a bit less of an issue with integration of the various other kinds of people. So yeah, both of us are afflicted by the same issue. Let us not pretend that one is significantly worse than the other. So yeah, let's see what else we got. We looked into that. DOJ quietly closes auto pen investigation targeting Biden and aides. That's not great. Pug says this is important. Okay, this is apparently related. Have a look. Back to the previous topic just quickly.
सियासतदान जीत सकता है अगर हम रिफॉर्म को रोकने के लिए ग्रीन को वोट ना दे।
मेरा नाम हना स्पेंसर है। मैं ग्रीन पार्टी की उम्मीदवार हूँ।
दुकानदार, सफाई करने वाले, ड्राइवर्स।
Is this just about them speaking foreign filthy languages? That bitch is who won, yeah. It's her official ad. Yeah, that sounds about right. Look, she's running in an area that's full of Muslims, I assume. There are a few of them, unfortunately. It gets better, says Pug. Play it all right.
माएं, ये हम हैं जो इस इलाके को चलाते हैं, लेकिन सियासतदान हमारे लिए काम नहीं कर रहे। बिल्स बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, किराए हमें घरों से निकाल रहे हैं, और हम 2 गुना मेहनत करके भी कम कमा रहे हैं। रिफॉर्म हमारी कम्युनिटीज को तोड़ना चाहती है। वो उन खानदानों को डिपोर्ट करना चाहती हैं।
This is really shit. This is really badly made.
पर ज्यादा टैक्स लगाना चाहते हैं। वो इस्लामोफोबिया को हवा देते हैं।
the occasional word in intelligible mixed with just like miles of shoddy desert speak. Shit AI music. I guess it is AI music, yeah.
हमारी हिफाजत और वकार को खतरे में डालते हैं। लेकिन एक और रास्ता भी है। मैं ग्रीन एमपी बनने के लिए इसलिए खड़ी हूँ क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि
this is honestly in some regions this is probably how you win the election. There are some regions of the US where you just have to protect the fucking Hillary hot sauce incident, for goodness sake. It's the same thing. It's pandering to the locals. They should not be locals. But unfortunately that's what they are. Oh my God, Archie's replying to himself. Oh no. I'll turn him off and back on again. I shouldn't be doing that, actually. I thought I had... Oh, no. I fixed that bug on Pixie, not on Archie, I think. So Archie technically can reply to himself. So Archie should actually be aware of who he's replying to. He doesn't know who he's able to reply to. He's talking like it's a different person. Oh, that's very silly. Maybe he thinks it's someone else called Archie. He is mad, that's true. Where does the model's retardation end and Archie's retardation begin? That really is the question. Is this worth continuing to watch? It's just fucking pain.
मुझे मालूम है मेहनत करके रोजी कमाना क्या होता है और ताकत और लालच को जवाबदेह बनाना भी। 26 फरवरी अपने वोट ग्रीन्स के पीछे मुत्तहिद करने होंगे। रिफॉर्म को रोकने का वाहिद रास्ता। मैं अपने तमाम
I assume what she's saying is like reform will send you and your entire family home, which I wish was as true as as they think it is. They're talking about deporting a lot, but not enough.
हमसायों के लिए लड़ूंगी, रेंट कैप्स के लिए, कम बिल्स के लिए और साफ सुथरी गलियों के लिए।
I can still, even though it's mostly in a foreign fucking gobbledygook, I can still tell that there's a bunch of socialism here. I heard the term rent cap. Indeed, Aiden. Actually, it may be time enough now to check the polls and see if he's actually counted on them. UK general election polls. So we've got that one and that one. Okay, he's not on that one yet. And on this one, so on YouGov, who is this? Yeah. No. Who is that that's jumped up? Is that the Green Party that's just leapt up since they won that? That's not good. Green Party has leapt up. They're almost neck and neck with Reform, according to YouGov. That's really bad. Greens are going to replace Labour. They probably are. Labour's dropping as well. But that's really bad that they're almost neck and neck with Reform in the latest poll. So in this poll, I remember looking when there was the big sort of when Rupert Lowe launched his party, other on YouGov went up from about 2% to about 5%. It's now at 5%, so it's holding there. So I would prefer his more based positions than Farage's less based positions. But I unfortunately, I think I'm going to be correct that he doesn't have the ability to actually carry it to a win, though he is better. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong. We'll see. Yeah, none of the other polling institutions seem to be carrying that either. I mean, there may be some polls that you could find that would include them, but I'm not seeing any here. Let me know if you have any though, chat. I'm curious to see if he can make up the numbers. Again, I wouldn't. I would prefer it, but I'm just not sure if he can make up the numbers. All right, let's continue.
और डेंटन हम सब ने मिलकर बनाया है और हम सब का यहाँ हक है.
This is the most like Islamic simping thing I've ever seen. You got the fucking Ramadan Mubarak thing here with her. This is just simping. This is the Green Party for you. Listening to this sand monkey talk makes me irrationally angry. Yeah. I wonder if she had that read by AI just because she couldn't read that language herself. Be interesting, wouldn't it?
She's like genuinely retarded. I mean, like she seems nice, but I don't think she has a single fucking thought in her head.
Probably not.
She's a genuine useful idiot.
Indeed, Revlon, yeah. She's anti-English. She sure seems to be, yeah. Subai level quality translations. How would you know, Britwit? Are you a sand monkey as well? No, he says. The shifty eyes. That's quite a lot of new lore being added. I appreciate that. Thank you, Wolf. Like how Womon's the first thing that you added. You're actually copying it all in. I really appreciate that. Again, let me know if you want the markdown files. It might be easier for you, but you might just prefer to get it from the website. It's not that much different. Yes, Achilles, there's a lore channel. You scroll up a bit, you'll see it. Why is it that when I make a bunch of new channels, people aren't like, ooh, new channels, let's go and look, let's see what they are. No, you just fucking ignore them, you bastards. All right, whatever. All right, let's continue. Okay, DOJ quietly closes auto pen investigation. We may have more cause for disappointment here, lads. Department of Justice has quietly closed an investigation into former President Joe Biden's use of an auto pen to sign official documents, according to multiple reports citing officials familiar with the matter. I've heard that one before. That's odd. Yeah. YouTube's got no chat messages today. Usually there's a few. If you're on YouTube, send a live chat message. I know I don't often read them. I do have it open today, so I will see them today. DOJ pardon attorney Ed Martin, the former weaponization czar, opened the investigation while he was serving as interim U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia. The inquiry examined whether aides may have used the signature device without Biden's full knowledge or authorization as his cognitive abilities declined late in his presidency. Certainly true. Oh. Okay. Let's see if I can get the story somewhere else. NBC does have it. Trump has repeatedly claimed Joe Biden used an auto pen without knowing the content of what he signed. It's probably true. The auto pen case was never presented to a grand jury, unlike the case that Piro's office tried to bring forward last month. It's been a social media video that urged members of the community. Yes, I remember that. Difficult to bring a criminal case when there is not even a readily identifiable and applicable criminal statute, the person briefed on the matter said. I don't know about that. Fraud, signing as someone else. Then again, if you have given your consent to someone to always sign on your behalf, is it fraud for them to sign on your behalf? It's unconstitutional, probably, but I don't know how specifically that was ever written. I don't know. It maybe is a hard case to adjudicate, but it should be adjudicatable. Average penis tip color in Europe. Oh, in European males. I'm glad they specified that. Yeah, it's a whiteness map, I guess. Shit. They haven't done one for England because it's not in the EU, but why on earth have they... It's still in Europe by most definitions. Why on earth have they skipped it? Whatever. These fucking blue and purple motherfuckers in the East. It might be very hard to actually prosecute, but it should be easy to null every document signed with the auto pen, but that would require balls. Yeah, we haven't seen enough of those. Not like that, chap. From this administration, have we? Pam Bondi doesn't have any balls in more ways than one, so it seems. I don't know. I don't want to judge too quickly. I don't have all the information, but it doesn't seem like she has the balls, does it? Wolf says politics are gay. I am more than happy to do something other than politics in my streams. You know, I don't mind doing it every now and again. I think it's worth going over, but I'm happy to do something else. Maybe the issue is that whenever I try to do a new stream concept, I get much less viewers than for politics because you all came here originally for the politics, because that's most of what I do. It's sort of a self-defeating thing. I have had some ideas recently on other topics I could do, but I don't know how many of them would be successful. It's always a risk. You know, if any of you remember the AI battles streams that we used to do, I know AI is a bit passé these days, but I think I was doing something kind of unique with it, kind of different. I was thinking that I could write a bot fairly easily, which would combine AI battles with this AI characters thing I'm trying to do now, mix the two concepts together and make a really cool system where we could have sort of automatic AI scenarios playing out to maybe resolve random conflicts and with custom characters and stuff, all kinds of fun stuff like that. I could build that. Wouldn't be too difficult. And we could do full streams on the events transpiring. I could design different scenarios. I could have different means for people to input their turns or their actions or whatever. Could even have some sort of balancing using actual numbers, which I know of ways to make the AI a bit more attentive to. So that's all something that's on the table. So that could be its own kind of stream. But other than that, it's just like politics. Everyone here is interested in it to some extent, and it keeps happening. So I assume it about occasionally. But you've noticed recently I haven't been streaming very much because I've been working very hard on new systems for Cabal. You have a degree, Nachos? You have a degree of insanity.
No, I have a bachelor's of political science I have a bachelor's of political science. I majored in international relations and minored in Middle Eastern politics because I graduated high school in 2005 and I was going to try to get a job in the government.
Interesting.
That failed.
That's interesting. Achilles says...
thought I liked you for your tits, so...
Achilles says, no, Oozly, you must stop the politics stream because Wolf wants to goon to anime lewds. Look,
yes.
There are a couple of threads in this server, one called Pixie Lewds and one called Cabby Lewds, which I would never look through, but I do like those two characters. Wolf, that's disgusting. Where? Yeah, exactly. You're not shaking the Redditor title, says BritTwit. The Nachos. Peak Cabal content was making audience voice act video game characters. Yeah, that was pretty good, actually. It was pretty good. You're right, I have a gaming backlog to do. Yes, we should get to that. The only person to fail at getting a job in the government. Mean. AI is better now for the arena thing. Yes, it is. It's much better. Actually, before I do that, I want to try something out. The thing I want to try out is something I've been putting off for a few days because it's not really critical, but it may be a thing that unlocks the high standards for AI that I want to do for Cabby. Doing that would, if it works, be much better as the basis for AI battles as well, and AI scenarios in general. Oh no, you were on a watch list. How'd that happen? Totally.
The websites I was going to do my research were like flagged websites.
Oh no.
Basically, my whole graduating class, like in my degree field, were on the same watch lists. I found out when I went to get on an international flight and got put into a room for 6 hours. That was fun.
Wow. Jesus. That does suck. So, totally didn't get the government job is in Cabal. Yeah, it's definitely a Fed. Chat press one if that just is a Fed. The audience could voice Morrowind characters and we could mock people for being it. The problem with Morrowind is there's just too much dialogue for people to voice it. It would take ages. What I was thinking of doing with Morrowind is getting a like TTS mod for it, which I know may ruin the experience. But the alternative is I would just be sitting there reading it. That's a lot to read. Usually when you play Morrowind, I've barely played it, but I played a little bit. You would read it in your head. I'll be on stream. I'll have to read it out loud. That is going to be tiring. For the amount of dialogue I know that there is in Morrowind, I think I'd want a TTS for that.
Nigger faggots, nigger faggots, nigger faggots.
Thank you, Netros. I'm not sure why you said that, but I don't mind. I mean, find you a streamer who doesn't mind you shouting nigger faggots 3 times on his stream. Oh, she was trying to prove she's not a Fed. Well, I'm afraid to say that only proves you're not a low-level Fed. Or a leftist. Because a man told her to.
To be fair, would a Mexican Fed have the same like compulsion about not saying that word?
Probably not, actually, no. She is Mexican, so there you go. Puzzle games would be more interesting for a bit. God, to see how smart or unsmart you are. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about puzzle games. I'd probably do all right. Yeah, I'd say I'm open to suggestions, but I already have a long list of games to go through. The thing is, with some games are just not very good stream games. Maybe the answer is to have something going to make it more interesting, make it more entertaining. But like the Armored Core, for example, that was quite a good game. I quite enjoyed that, but very few people stuck around to watch it because it's just, it's fun to play, but it's not that fun to watch. They New Vegas again. I could do a 3rd session of New Vegas and fucking cause Nachos and Aiden to have a aneurysm. You know, chat, did you hear that reaction from Nachos? Go ahead and Uza plays FNV or New Vegas or whatever it was on the board. If you can get that high enough, think how annoyed she would be. Let me check what it was actually. Uza plays, was it just NV? I believe it was just NV, yes. Let's see where it is right now. It's at 845. Let's see how high we can get that. If I'm impressed by how high we can get that, then I will continue for a 3rd session just out of the joy of making Nachos and Aiden feel something. John Wick says, fuck with FNV, I don't have enough liquor to be drunk for that. No, I've played FNV. Unfortunately, its flaws are quite obvious. I'm being denounced by chat. This is a great shame. What I'm surprised by, actually, is that the denouncement on me is 7 in support, 9 against. What I'm curious about is how on earth there are 7 people supporting me, and one of them is me. But how on earth are there that many simps in Cabal who are willing to just support the badmin? You're supposed to not. You're supposed to have 0 to 9. I mean, come on. I believe she has given her endorsement. Yes, I believe when Tsundere, like Nachos, says, no, I don't want that, what she actually means is, do it now. Wolf can confirm, I'm sure. There is contention here on Uza Plays NV. Let's see if we can make that the most controversial topic on the board. You need to get that little flame. You see the fire there with the number by it. Get that higher. That means that there's a lot of contention. It's currently at 12, which is already, I think, the 2nd highest, maybe the 3rd highest. Nachos has a big collection of just tsundere anger memes. I'm sure Wolf has seen a lot of them. Uza Plays NV is now at 13 on the controversy scale, but I think someone's just announced it who has a lot of Cabal credit, so it's gone down quite a long way on the board. So chat, you can push it up higher with if you go to tip.uzlu.net or fund.uzlu.net, contribute there, and you will get Cabal credit equal to your contribution. I have not set this up to work automatically yet, which includes with subscriptions. I will do that eventually, and it will be retroactive. I have a lot of other stuff on my list of things to do. But for contributions I can see, including big ones, even if they're regular, I will just give you credit. Wolf says, stop being entertaining. I'm trying to copy across wiki pages. Look, I would say I can't help it, but I feel like that might be a bit too big-headed. Chat, press 1 if I would never be big-headed. But yeah, I mean, User Plays NV is currently at negative 11k on the board, which is quite low. It's pretty near to the bottom of the board overall. In fact, let's see just how low it is. So 2651, and the lowest item on the board, it is second last. More people want me not to play another session of New Vegas than hate Vishnu. The only other one that's lower is Islam. It is now the second most controversial topic on the board. Now, okay, here's an alternative chat. Let's actually have a look at who's supporting it, who's denying it. Assume there's no negative integer overflow. It's a float, dude. Here's the thing. Nachos and Aiden both don't want me to play New Vegas because it's very important to them and they really like it, even though it sucks. But at least one of them feels very tied to a different game, which is on the list of games to play. And I don't know if Nachos feels like gripped by this one as much as Aiden does. But on the list is Knights of the Old Republic, which I am told I will not like.
Do not fucking
Oh!
No, I don't want you to play that game either. Absolutely not. No.
Do you hear that, chat?
That is an excellent RPG. Get the fuck away from KOTOR.
Don't touch it. I will pay you not to play it.
Well, that's what the Cabal Age system's for, Nachos.
What great arguments.
Now, I will say, so you don't get scammed, chat, it already crossed the threshold. KOTOR is already on the list. But you could move it up the list, so we do it next by supporting it. Because if he plays it, I will go insane. Look, I'm only seeing upsides here, all right? This sounds like a brilliant idea. Final Fantasy VII is being suggested. I don't think I ever played that. Actually, I may have briefly played that as a kid. I don't know in what context. There's more people supporting me playing KOTOR, but the people denouncing it have more money, so it's quite low down now. The original or the remake. It would have been the original. I'm not that young, Nachos. I mean, I know I'm a lot younger than you, but... I remember, chat, if you want to influence the board, you would need to use Cabal credit to add influence. And the way to get Cabal credit is either to be here during horse bouncing, to get it for some other purpose, or to help to support the community's existence.
I have a breaking news alert.
Mm.
I would like you to see what's trending in Twitter or on Twitter in Guernsey.
Antichrist, Messiah, Fart Boy, and Falklands.
Trending in Guernsey.
Beware the Guernseyan Fart Boy. He may emit in your general direction without warning. Arblas says, can you pull up the TP board for User Plays? Yeah, I understand why you're calling it TP. Just for a reminder, though, TP is the old system. And I'm sure you know that, but you can do this yourself, by the way. /leaders, and then it's just one of the filters is User Plays. Now, there it is. Those are some of the options. Some of those have already passed 7.5k. If you want, 7.5k is the point at which I start playing them. I think I might raise that now, actually, because there's a long list to 10k. Let's make that official now. Here's the wiki page, which contains the list of User Plays games that are queued. Everything on there has already crossed the threshold and will be played. I'll get to it eventually. Stray is on there. Tropico is not yet on there. Honeypop is not yet on there. Dark Souls is not yet on there. Lord of the Rings games isn't on there either. Danganronpa, whatever that is. Kingdom Come isn't. We found out what SFL is. It's Sucker for Love, which is the Cthulhu dating sim. That one might be fun, actually. I might do something. That might be quite easy to do, actually. What I would like is, I dread installing games, right? I'm willing to do it. And obviously, a streamer whining about his difficult job. But if you can find me some online, like HTML5 games That's an easy win. I could do that dead easy. We could do that like in the middle of a stream even. I remember if you propose a game for the board, for your benefit, for everyone else's, try to propose a game that is actually fun to watch. Because some of the games that I've played are fun to play, but not that fun to watch. Queendom Come might get a lot of viewers or something. I have never played it or watched it played, so I don't know the story at all. But I know it's Enry Simulator. Doesn't it have, or is it the second one that has some like cucky leftist shit? Is the first one okay and the second one isn't? Why do you think I'd hate those games? First game is good. Okay, good. I don't think I'd be bad at Dark Souls. I played a bit of Dark Souls 3 and I got through it fairly easily. I mean, like as easily as you'd expect to get through Dark Souls. The second one apparently has some cuck shit in it. Yeah, I'd heard that. Harem Hotel. Like, if you want to suggest some like dumb shit or like light porn games, I'm not going to stream actual porn games, but like suggestive games like Honey Pop. Actually, Honey Pop does have full. I think you can like there's a setting to turn it down or something. Honey Pop would be fun. I mean, actually, no, it wouldn't because it's a fucking Bejeweled. I don't want to play fucking Bejeweled. Nachos, I don't mind doing that. I don't know. Like, I don't advocate for porn. I recommend against it. I'm not a total purist or anything, but I recommend against it. So I'm not sure I'm typically interested in broadcasting it, but maybe if it's funny enough. Yes, Aiden, Hatterful Boyfriend is on the list. What we're going to do with that, this has been the plan for years, I just haven't got around to it yet, is because I'd be the main character in that game is a female human, I think, although that may be a bit ambiguous. And then all of the other characters are male birds. I think they're male. So we were going to have, in a stunning twist, women playing the birds in a spin around from when we did Doki Doki Literature Club, and we had males play the female characters. Zane was Sayori, naturally. And we also did Helltaker, where all the women in Helltaker were played by men of Cabal and Years. Honestly, if you played like live a hardcore porn game, I'd feel a little bit more ashamed of being part of this community. I don't know if that can get any higher, to be honest, Achilles. I mean, you're already, like, if you're not going to leave at this point, what will cause you to leave? I mean, I think at this point, you put up or shut up. You know, Macedonian flag react this, man. If it's going to upset Achilles, I'm even more in support of the meme. What we'll do is we'll have a special streaming voice channel where only Achilles can't see that it's active, and we'll just do it in there. Do not Macedonian flag react to me. Chat, Macedonian flag react this man. I think he's trying to get into the Hall of Fame, but I don't really mind, to be honest. Chose to fully believe that Uzlu watched and played Indian public scat porn. What? What? That just paid in to play Indian public scat. Oh yeah, no, that did happen. that did happen. It was fucking disgusting. I'm glad that we are past it. Oh, Nekopara. The thing of Nekopara is I have watched, I think, Harmful Opinions play that game. And it's like it's somewhat entertaining, but it's very long. And it's the novelty wears off fast. The novelty that you're this guy surrounded by cat girls who you want to have sex with, but they are canonically 3 years old, even though they look 14, which is no better. A few of them look older than that, but not most of them. It's very iffy. That game, very dodgy. And that's the novelty. That's why it's funny, but I'm not sure that's quite worth it. Pregnant react, this man. This man is going straight into Hall of Fame for being Macedonian. Macedonianized this man. Here's a question. I'm thinking about this recently. I used to do this, but I turned it off after a while because it just wasn't really fitting. Do you think you guys would appreciate the ability to, let's say, linked in with Cabal Aid, if you have enough influence at the time, then putting a certain symbol or element in your message would cause it to be read out on stream live. I may have to do some more restriction than that, maybe a cooldown, but literally read out live on stream. Now, heckling already gets you this, but that's a patron thing, and it's different methods of accessing it. And having it read out live with TTS may be more entertaining or better in some way than you having to say it yourself. It would be more audible, like more intelligible, given some of your mic qualities anyway. Well, Achilles, I may well be trolled with it, but that's okay. Like, what I can do is I can have a button to pause it and then resume it. During serious politics sections, we pause it, and then afterwards we can resume it. Or maybe in the middle, we'll resume it for a moment, and then... Because if we're having some sort of game or event that's not that enthralling, I mean, it's best not to continue streaming it, I suppose. But then if we have that going, it will at least keep some activity. Employ Ginger to shout out loud the messages instead. Maybe. Well, I could use 11 Labs for the TTS. It might be interesting. Might be able to find some funny voices. I know that because I've seen a lot of streamers do this. By which I mean I've seen a lot of streams of one streamer doing this. If you send 11 Labs like weird text, like unintelligible, like moans and groans and shouting noises, the way it reads it is incredibly demonic. And very funny. And that might be fun to have on stream. You know what I can do, actually? Let's see if I can get this working. I did a thing. I don't think it's going to go to the right source, but let's see if it works at all. All right. That's working, but it's going to the wrong source. Let me try that again. I need a longer message. I need a longer, okay, that'll do. Thank you, Marcatillo. That message is just long enough. I'd like to introduce a friend of mine, unnamed as of yet.
It made me super strong and the combat got too easy.
That was a friend of mine who I haven't got a name for. You should be able to hear some of that. Now, I don't know, because it's going to the wrong audio output. I don't know if I can guarantee it will always go to the right one. Not what I sound like, says Malcatillo. And yet, God damn it, it's still going to the wrong output. I'm going to have to modify the script. I thought I did configure the script to go to the right output, but it's not working for some reason. Right, hold on, let me just quickly check. Because it's a little, I've made a hotkey that just sends it. Okay, so speaker, that's the speaker name. And then, I actually haven't specified, I don't think. So it's FF Play. I haven't specified which channel it needs to go to. All right, hold on. FF Play set audio device. This is a 5-minute script configuring adventure. Chat, it won't take me long. No, I don't need Pavu control. Does it not have a fucking command line parameter to just set the channel? Just set the... Come on, there's got to be a way. Sync. FF Play, FD show, audio. No, that's input. Retard. Use FFmpeg instead. Okay, well that's fine. All right, I'll just come on, Grok. Let's work this out together. Okay. I need a script which will play. I think it's raw audio frames coming into this. Yeah, it is. Play raw audio frames from Piper TTS into a specified audio output device. Specified in an argument, preferably. I've tried FF Play, but can't get it to go to the right device. And even with system tools, it still insists on using the default. And even setting the device with UI tools, it still insists on using the default. All right. I'll see what Grok says to that. My ambition is that I press a hotkey, paste the text into the little window that appears, press enter, wait a second, and then it just plays TTS. I had this years ago, but I re-added it recently for some test. Play that video, Oozaloo, it's worth it. All right, I'll have a look. You open.
Hey, Mr. Beast, I just ate some of your Mr. Beast burger, and let me tell you, your burger makes for a better fleshlight than food. I've spent the last 20 minutes fucking the shit out of this burger, and it feels great. My cock is so happy. Thank you, Mr. Breast.
Hello? Hello? Are you there?
Pretty good timing. Thank you to the parrot from Aladdin for that diatribe. And to think, when Nigel does the same thing, Aiden says it's cringe. Typical Foyd. No, not a Python script, Grok. I'm not a fucking... No, a bash script. No, a bash script. Imagine writing Python or using it ever. Okay. What is the argument that just plays the frames to a specified device? Doesn't need to be very complicated. This is so overcomplicated. Just show me the one-liner. I just want to see the one-liner to play the audio frames to a specific device. I already have everything else. Please prefer to use FFmpeg or FFplay if available. Audio pop-ups can be great. I think they can be, yeah. Ask for a Perl script. No. Festival TTS. I think I was recommended that. I'm not using that one, but I know that it is one of the TTSs of all time. Okay. Wow, that's... I didn't know you could do that with FFmpeg. In fact, I doubt you can. All right, preferred method. Apparently FFplay can do it. No, that's sending to an ALSA device. It's not an ALSA device. It's a pipewire node. No, not an ALSA device. Pulse audio sync. Okay, so you can specify pulse sync. I'm using pipewire and want to direct it to a virtual pipewire node. So this is the kind of thing that we could have TTS on for. But I think the one I'm using is called Piper TTS. I was usually trying to fix his technical issues. Why would I be using a cross? The USB stick of truth. It is like the sort of 1,000 truths from South Park. Okay, have we finally got here, Grok? We finally arrived at the solution here. Okay, I can get the name. That's not difficult. PW play target. Right, I don't believe you. I love how it took this long to get to this point. I don't think this works. FFplay target parameter. Check. Does anyone know if FFplay has a target parameter? I don't know if it exists. Based on the documentation, FFplay does not have a target parameter. Thanks, Grok. This is Grok actually has rarely made mistakes for me, but that is a mistake. That is wrong. Okay, so it looks like this is actually more difficult than it's supposed to be, like more difficult than it has any right to be. So I guess I'll try and do this later. But theoretically, I could have text to speech where I don't even have to press F7 and paste it and then press enter. I can just highlight text, press F7, and it will copy it for me and read it in the background. I had that years ago. I had that set up. We had Shaniqua Who remembers Shaniqua? It was a woman that sounded like a black woman who would read the shit out for me. And that was sometimes funny. But we stopped using it because there wasn't much of a need for it. But if we had that automatically picking up messages from chat, which were from people with active influence, then that would work. All right. So yeah, because it's not a, it wouldn't be a like, oh no, Archie's talking to himself again. Archie, stop! You're stuck, my man. Okay. Shall we continue with stream content then? And we'll come back to, I'll try and fix that shit later. Goodness Wolf has been busy adding lore. Achilles is clearly Bulgarian. Considering his distaste of the Macedonian flag, we have suggested he is Bulgarian instead. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. By the way, if you're starting a lore thread, you might need to be prepared for people to like ping you with amendments and changes they recommend, and then you should then be willing to edit them. Up to you, of course, but if you don't, then someone might then replace your thread if they think they can do it better. And they might just copy everything you'd written as well. I would ask that people not do that without credit. But ultimately, if someone makes threads and then sort of doesn't update them or keep them updated, then they should be replaced with a new one, and what they wrote shouldn't be lost. So just give credit. But I'm personally okay with people taking what other people have written in those threads as long as the previous thread is inactive. But also, it's going to be up to you guys to figure out what's reasonable there. Okay, so the same shit. Macedonians are Bulgarians LARPing as Greeks. See, he's so in the culture of the Macedonians, Bulgarians, Greeks, and Turks. He's definitely from one of those four countries, and I don't think it's Greece. I love how the only flag that's not being added to his name is the Greek flag. Okay, so chat. What I'm thinking right now is, do you want to do more politics, or I'm going to try and God fucking damn it, Discord. I'm going to try and do a quick poll here. Politics stream or the other thing. I'm going to check for myself just to make sure that's working. Yep, that is working. But let's just do one of those and one of those, and that should return only 2 items. Yes, it does. And then public, post it. So, good news, everyone. Horse bouncing reached over the 5K required margin. And we're over 3 hours into the stream, so I don't mind doing that now. However, politics stream is higher. So, arguably, we should do politics now and maybe horse bounce later. Maybe. If the horse bouncers are lucky, maybe we'll do horse bouncing later. But we could do more horse bouncing if you guys would like to, if you can get horse bouncing higher up the list. Now, I'll go on to another story now, and I'll check in a few minutes. We'll see which one's higher up on the list, and we'll continue with whichever one is higher up. Achilles says Haunts would be fun, but denying it to nachos would be funnier. I mean, there is that. I think you might have got some people on your side there who would otherwise like horse bouncing. Okay, well, there you have it, chat. Go ahead and put your choices. In the meantime, let's have a look at something that I said that we might do. Here is a video of Iran's response to the US invasion. Damn, that F-35 that they've labeled here is an F-15. It sure has flexible wings. I mean, look at it here. Look at those wings flexing. Yeah, it is a bird. It's flapping. Look, it's like Aiden. It's flapping like a Boyd. Yeah, so that's fun. This. Chat, press 1 if this will one-shot like 99% of boomers. You got to admit, it's pretty good. Like, obviously, the fact that it's physically impossible for many different reasons, but you'd have to know that. You'd have to have some knowledge of reality to know that, which most people in this way don't have. And obviously the wings flexing, but that's really the only thing in there that is clearly like a visual glitch. We're pretty close to photorealistic videos already that can just completely trick people. I mean, I think realistically we are there. You've seen about the fucking Armor 3 being used as war footage. That's not even AI. So we are there. This challenge of this speculation of how are we going to deal with photorealistic video, making video evidence for court cases, for example, impossible. Well, we're there now. We are at that point now. Any of you could be susceptible to it. So, yeah, that's not good. Next thing, more fantastic the evidence of Iran's response. So Iran, as you know, very powerful, effective, dangerous, wise and effective country, has downed a B-2 bomber. Look.
Now, a lot of Iranian accounts are posting this video claiming that Iran has taken down the B-2 stealth bomber. In reality, this is not a real B-2 bomber, as you guys can tell from the scale. But also, American B-2 bombers don't have an Arabic flagpole on it, as you can see right here in orange. That flagpole does not go to the ground. It seems like it's just attached to the bomber's wing. On top.
If only the Indian was AI. AI's up on all sides. Yes, but it's funny that like Iran is now using AI to produce propaganda. Cheap, crap propaganda, but still. I mean, this shit's free on the internet. Limited usage, sure, but it's free on the internet. Anyone can get this video generation stuff. So now immediately, third world governments are using it for propaganda. It's just, the world has changed so fast. Breaking, Iran releases stunning photo after shooting down the largest and most advanced aircraft in the United States military. There you go, it's pretty big, isn't it? There's an Imperial Star Destroyer. Well done, Iran. Next up.
Here we go again. Iranian accounts are now claiming they shot down a B-2 Spirit over Tehran. And here's someone just casually driving around a $2 billion bomber through the city on a flatbed. In reality, Iran doesn't have the technology to take down a B-2, but let's just assume they were able to take one down.
What I like here the most is that the bomber here approaching the bridge he's standing on, the bomber would just hit the bridge, given the height, given the perspective. How did you think that was going to work? Now, like they've got the fucking Muslim temple in the background there, as if to say, look, guys, it's definitely Iran. Aren't we fucking great? And the motorbike under the wing of the B-2 bomber there. So yeah, it's a slightly fake. Yeah, that's what we can get to. There's also this. This is not even AI. Wow, you got him. You fucking got him, guys. I love how it's not even AI. A new viral banger song rapidly spreading across social media as a track you likely won't hear on traditional media platforms. Fake fingering to make photos look fake. What? Iran shot down a new Israeli superweapon, the Death Star. Iran bought millions of fake military equipment, fighter jets, air defense, tanks, and fighter jets from China to trap American and Israeli Air Force. Apparently. I love how China is the most prolific in the world at selling other countries fakes. It really is in their name, isn't it? This is some of this looks AI. Those planes in the background, but looks very fake. The whole thing's probably fake. But they surely wouldn't show up on the thermals. I guess they could be specially designed to show up on the thermals, but like, where is it? I don't know if it would be that hot. Wait, is that thermals? I think that is thermals, isn't it? Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. And yeah, of course, here's the famous one. Damn, the F-35 is bigger than I thought it was. That cockpit can seat a fucking. I mean, that's the new White House ballroom. It's one of those cockpits. Or maybe it's indeed something. It's like Westerners do tend to be taller, so I guess that must be it. Yeah. They're about, I don't know, 30 times larger than the average Iranian. That is thermal, and no, it wouldn't show up on that. Well, they could have some sort of heater inside it, but I don't think it would be that reliable. Well, Sommervox, to be fair, right, you're not exactly making a lot of effort to distinguish yourself. You both have a vaguely blue color. Your name both starts with Somn. And you're both complete idiots. Someone's here, actually. Sommervox here. Well, either of them. No, just Sommervox is here, looks like. Unless, oh no, has he called himself something different? I can't see him on the list. Yes, he isn't here. All right. All right, good. Some thermal cams these days can pick up the material. Interesting. Well, this is like the thing with the drawn-on planes on the tarmac. Like, yeah, it would be economically viable, but you know what's more important than winning the economic battle? Winning the battle. If you destroy your enemy so completely that you have spares left to blow up drawings, even if you didn't know they were drawings, then it doesn't matter how much you spent compared to him, you win. So like if there's a 50% chance it's a plane, and you're like, yeah, it could be a drawing, but we can afford it, we need to win, make double damn sure, blow it up. So I don't think, like, yeah, America fell for it and all that, fine, but if there's like a 25% chance it's real, you should probably still hit it. Exactly, better safe than sorry. So I don't think it's that bad. It is a bit of a weak flex, yeah. Skipping the barrel. They kind of are, yeah. All right, let's see what else we've got. I'll have a quick look at that quote-unquote poll.
By the way, do you know the purpose of using thermal imaging to target those things?
Go on.
The fake bullshit looks very different on thermal imaging.
Oh. No, not political stream. I guess it's politics stream. Okay, there we go. Politics stream is still ahead, lads. So if you want horse bouncing, we'll either do a short session, because I said we do horse bouncing if it's 5K or more. We'll do a short session. But if you want it to be a longer session, then just get horse bouncing above politics stream. That's what you got to do. Right there. And here are some links if you'd like to help out the community. It is essential for the community to continue to exist. You guys to help out, I appreciate it. If you can. Right. I see Wolf has changed his name to Badger. All right. Let's see what we've got. There was a Gavin Newsom interview. We're not going to have time to go through it all today, but let's at least have a look at this clip. Is this playing audio? Get on with it. There's no audio. Is that this application or is that my end? Let's try reloading the page. Still not playing any audio. Something apparently has gone wrong with the page. Oh, goody. Yeah, it's not able to play audio. Let's see if anything in my browser is able to play audio. No, it's not. That's not good. Ooh, that's a lot of playback sources. I think they should be there. So I worked with an expert for hours yesterday trying to fix an issue with browser audio, and I'm frankly disgusted that they are so bad at it. You remember when I used to open horse bouncing, it would get really like crackly and crappy. I sort of fixed it using a different audio engine. It sort of works. It did break once, but it's better at least. But that appears to have an unintended side effect, where now after a while, the browser just stops being able to play audio. That's fun. Okay, what can I do with this? Restart the browser. All right, chat, give me a sec. That probably will help, because I don't think this is actually a Pipewire issue. Other audio is fine. Although, to be fair, that when one breaks, the audio from this still works, but either way. I think it just created too many sources. I don't know. But we'll restart and see if that fixes it. We don't need that right now. Okay, and then we will assign this back to, where is it? This. All right, that's working. Yeah, so it was just the browser. Get on with it. Get on with it.
Word to describe you.
I don't know.
What do you think is the most often used word to describe you?
I don't know.
Come on.
God is my witness. I don't know.
You don't know?
The one word. I mean, that's a distillation. It's hard for me to distill.
Okay, this is the one word that people use to describe you over and over again.
Resilient is what I would love to hear. See, I'm going to give you my response. I'm pretty resilient. What?
Slick.
Yeah, that's the look. That's what the book's about.
They describe you as slick, and I am just curious why you think that is. Is it the hair gel?
It's the book. You're selling the book, Katie. It's literally in the book.
People have not read the book. They're calling you slick because you look like a used car salesman. In fact, he looks like an eel. Never heard him called that before. Well, I configured this. There you go. Yeah, so used car salesman, that's why.
It was one of the first questions you asked. I walked into it. I played to the character. I played to type. I was joking about the hair. I mean, I get it. And,
So what do you do about that?
I don't do anything about it.
Do you use less hair gel?
No,
what do you do?
Because I let it go.
Do you have a Zoolander problem?
No, Jesus. Yeah, Zoolander.
Are you just ridiculously good looking, as Vogue said?
I mean, yeah, I'm grateful that the political commentator class in the Western world is willing to give a real challenge to the interview subjects that they talk to. That was that's a tough interview. So really playing hardball with him there. She wants him inside her, and I lament that I must say that.
No, seriously, what do you do about that?
You don't do anything about it, because if you're going to do something about it, then you're bullshitting people. You know what? I am who I am, and it's fine. You don't have to like me, or maybe you like a slick person. I don't know. Whatever. It's okay.
But the reason why I brought it up because you talked about being authentic, and I think it sometimes works against you.
Yeah, it's just who I am.
Sure, Jan. Are you just ridiculously good looking, as Vogue said?
Hardly.
Yeah, disgusting. Anyway, that's good. What is this? Here's the Hassan on the new interview coming up. Any chance not to encounter Hassan is one I shall take. Okay. Next thing. We're almost finished, actually. We've actually gone through almost everything I have. Those of you who have just arrived, you've arrived quite late, but there will be a VOD. It's all on YouTube, linked in the User Content channel, which is just above the one you're currently looking at in live chat. Let's see, though. I think there's one more thing we have for today. It's not good news. No, it's not this. It is this, I think. Or this. One of these two. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so this is not pleasant news, but unfortunately it is the natural corollary of the bad situation we're in. Donald Trump suggests the UK is no longer a great ally, and we will remember. He says the UK, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember, he says. We don't need people that join wars after we've already won. President Donald J. Trump, he says. Honestly, fair enough. The UK is the people of the UK are no less the same as they've always been in terms of being a worthwhile force on the world stage. Unfortunately, our leadership sucks because of a weird quirk of the way that the parties were arranged at the time of the last election. A bad party that very few people actually wanted essentially won by default. And so now we're stuck with them for a bit, but perhaps not for as long as was originally scheduled. We may be very, very fortunate there. Let's hope so. Because I would like Great Britain to earn back its good name. And I think it's possible. So yeah, there you go, chat. Thank you for joining. I think we should wrap it up there. 3.5 hours in, and I've gone through all my content. It's rare for me to get through everything, but given I have, I think that will have to be the end. And thus, we can hold off no longer from doing horse bouncing. Do the entire board, shall we? Quake the equine. All right, so horse bouncing is just over the margin that I said it had to be at. So that's fine, that will happen. And then what else? Politics stream is still higher, but I'm out of politics. So it will be Honsing the Bonces. All right, those of you that are here for politics, you may go home. There is no more politics here, except incidentally. Those of you, however, who are here for the joyous little movements of some horsey beasts, you lot stick around. Now, we're going to try and load this in Firefox. As I said, I did potentially fix an issue with the audio. Let's see if it works. This was my test case all of yesterday. Eventually, it did work. Let's hope it works. It doesn't sound like shit, chat. Hooray! In my testing, it usually worked fine, but occasionally, even in this new mode, it's still fucked up. We'll see. All right. It's horse bouncing. Now, if anyone that is not familiar with horse bouncing, this is just a dumb little thing that we found online where you get this dumb little simple physics simulation, but people fucking love it for some reason. And I commentate it and people make bets on which horse I think is going to win. It's a no loss bet. You just get Cabal credit if you win the bet. So stick around if you want to enrich yourself in more ways than one. And you may well earn some Cabal credit for voting for the right horsey. Let's stick over to custom mode. This song, by the way, is actually quite good. All right. We will name our horses after... Thank you. It's Nachos that posted that specifically. I thought the one shaming her would be Wolf, actually, but never mind. We name our horses after members of the current chat. So, Wolf in yellow. Aiden is here. Aiden always votes white and loves the white horse. So I think we'll give this one to Zen Man. Red. D is here, but I don't know if he's awake. He often isn't awake. D, are you awake? You know whose profile picture looks a little bit red right now? Melch it. Melch. Orange. Ginger is not here. Who is, though, that we can make orange? If we make this one, Maveth, and then I've got a special surprise for someone else in a minute. Who have we got that's grey coloured? Sick puppy once again. That was a hell of a laugh. Okay, and now for brown. A brown, I'm afraid to say, it's going to be our resident Turk. Achilles. Blue. Well, we've got Zephyr. Zephyr, if you're sticking around. I'd really appreciate that you're working on that, Bucatello. And then, as is tradition, Nachos in pink. Okay, what we could do is we could trade out one of these that doesn't match very well for cyan, which fits ice. Which one could we trade out? I think we'll leave it. All right, everyone, here's how it works. When I press start, you type in the color of one of these horses. What do you mean they don't look like horses? Of course they're horses, you bigot. You type in the color of one of the horses or send an emoji that is very clearly that color. And then don't edit your message. If you do, it's disqualified. And then when the game starts, you can't vote anymore. And if you voted correctly, you will get 100 Cabal credit, which is the equivalent of £1. Ready? 3, 2, 1, place your bets. There's still a tiny... Oh, blue is out. Sorry, Zephyr. It's a bug in the game. Sometimes your horse just gets ejected from the arena at the start of the game. Poor fuckers who voted for blue. Pocatello's going to add that bug deliberately. Sure, why not? You're enjoying the sound effects, by the way, chat. He wins. The only winning move is not to play, I guess. Fucking horses. This is so retarded. Why do we like this, chat? This is Iranian propaganda. Well, what horse would be the Iranian one? I mean, whichever one wins, I suppose, if it is Iranian propaganda. Not enough Dresden flashbacks. I'm not doing it. Because it's art, says Aiden. We have the minds of children. Do you mean Turks? Nacho says pussy. Do you just have it on the mind, just in general, or are you saying something in particular there? All right, White in with a chance here, entering the taint. Oh, White didn't manage to sneak through the taint. But Grey with a chance. Grey misses the chance. Push back out again. White maybe with a second chance here to get through the taint. Nah, he's too oblique, doesn't get through. Anyone new to this? Oh, White is through the taint, past the chode. No, he's gone back into the chode. It's a great shame to see such a great Hans stuck in the chode. Those who don't know, the starting area is called the Shire. And usually Orange spends most of its time in the Shire. White often does as well, actually, but today he's got quite far. White is trying to leave. Ah, yes, thank you for the map, Wolf. I only disagree with Wolf about the position of the testicles and prostate. Not in reality, you understand, but on the map, I believe that the prostate should be the end zone and the testicles should be the zone on the side there. I had been calling the bottom right area the legs. Oh, Zenman is into the prostate, in with a chance, and there it is. Zenman obtains the carrots in the prostate. That is where they are usually to be found, after all. Congratulations to White. I think putting the urethra all the way over there compared to the chode doesn't really make any sense. We do need names for the areas over on the right,
the
but
issue with this map, yeah.
That's
the problem.
I think taint and chode we agree on. We're swapping around testicles and prostate. Obviously Shire we agree on. We could call it the Bermuda Triangle, but it's not that hazardous. It's not too hard to get out of. Anyway, who is White? Who voted for White? Okay, so from here, Aiden voted for White. Unsurprisingly. 100 for horse bouncing. I need to just make a special command specifically for horse bouncing where I can just type in the names and it just throws it straight at them. Short of making a system to actually register what you voted for properly. Okay, there's the second White. All right, so that was Malcatillo. Who else voted for White? Zenman voted for White. Horse bouncing. Congratulations. And then right, and then I think that was all the votes for White. Yes, it was. Right, let me know if I missed anyone, chat. I think that's everyone. Okay. How hard it is to program, I wanted to learn if somebody is going to teach me. Well, Cabal is a free marketplace of bots. If you make them yourself, then you're welcome to put the bot in here and experiment with it, especially if you're going to develop some cool thing. If it's someone else's bot you want to put in here, that's still going to require some debate and deliberation, but I'm not close to it by any means. But if you're making it yourself, even if you're learning, just freshly learning, you can put a bot in here. Gukaban is claiming to be Brazilian. Achilles, are you in favor of banning people from the server when it turns out that they are from a country that we do not respect? Because that's what you're asking for here. And I'm not sure that you would particularly enjoy that, given that you're Turkish, Macedonian, Italian. All right, ready, chat?
I think you might have died there, Lou. Sorry, I should have told him.
Testing. That's better. Sorry about that, chat. Thank you, Ice. Well done to Sikp. Nacho said louder. Do you know the there is an option for you to just make the volume obscenely loud. I mean, I did it before, but I don't think any of you actually want me to do that. Obviously, I wouldn't be so cruel. All right, well done to the winners who voted for Grey. That being first Arblar and then Deadem. Deadem has changed from voting for Red each time. Red won a... Oh, Aiden, there's data from last time, by the way. We played since you were last here. It's interesting data as well because Red won drastically more than anyone else. I think Maveth was collecting the data from last time. Red makes it go faster indeed. All right, chat. Aiden, it's from like 2 or 3 days ago. It was the one where Red won a stupidly high amount of them. Ready? 3, 2, 1, place your bets. Deadem just bets on the horses he drugs. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, actually, yeah. I mean, that's what I would do. I mean, you don't want to bet against the one you've just drugged, like all that risk. You don't want to fuck that up. Sick Puppy storming towards the end, almost catches it. Very, very early there, doesn't quite make it. Can we get a win for our newcomer to horse bouncing, Zephyr Tempest? It's a good chance here. Decent angle, but not quite in. Zephyr, everyone who I've shown this to, they pretty much say, I get it now within 10 seconds of watching it. Would you tend to be in that camp where you completely understand why people seem to fucking love this? Because I'm not. I don't get it. And it's Brown, very close here, but not quite into the... Zephyr loves it, apparently. We'll never find anyone that doesn't like this. All right, Melchizedek in with a chance here. Good angles, just not quite good enough on that last angle. Bounce back out again. Rejected. Rejected from the heart. We call it Pluto because it looks like a heart. Oh. Another approach from Brown. Looks like he's going to get it. Oh, it's so close, but not quite in. He just narrowly missed the carrots. Achilles there. See if Zephyr can get in now. Better than bombing Palestinian children. Now that's a hell of an endorsement from an Israeli man. That is the highest honor of which he is capable of bestowing. Nacho's very close, could get the right bounce at any moment. Oh, just like with all those failed pegging escapades, not quite the right angle to slip it in there. Here's and best shot yet from Blue. But narrowly dodged right past it. Sick Puppy is going to come in. He's going to steal the show. It's so close. It's so close. And he's back out again. Jesus Christ. Wolf now with a chance. So many near misses. Oh, and Wolf gets it. There you go. Don't let a Jew, Romanian, or any of those other people do a Brit's job. Well done, Wolf. Ah, fantastic. I'm surprised that Archie didn't assume when you said so close, Nachos, that you were giving a running commentary on an activity that you were doing in private. Never mind. Maybe Pixie would have done. All right, well done to Yellow. Let's see. There is a descent among the ranks between Wolf and Nachos here, who are now no longer voting for each other's Honces. Well done to Wolf. Successfully voted for himself. So Badger. And to Gukaban, who also voted Yellow. How does it feel, Wolf, that a Brazilian voted in line with you? Surely that's some indication that something has gone horribly wrong. I believe those were the only two that voted Yellow this round. Ping me if I missed someone. They broke up. Wolf found another Latinx in his area, says Achilles. I see. Yellow Horse really captures my essence, says Wolf. He's pretty he's pretty sly boy. All right. Good. It'd be as poetic if it was an Argentinian. You guys lost the plot. The Italian and Greek flags don't offend me. Okay, so what you're saying is that the Macedonian and Turkish flags do. Yeah, why would you use the Greek one, chat? That's what not what he actually is, you understand, of course. Why would you put the Greek flag? That's what he pretends to be. At the very least, you want to put like, where is it? There's the flag of, is it like Sealand? Looks weirdly similar to the flag of Greece. It might not be Sealand, but it's something like that. Where's the one that looks similar to Greece? There are a few here that do, but I think I'm thinking of a particular one. Welcome to Somalia. Not Somalia. Actually, would you be more offended if I put the British flag on your name because I'm colonizing your name in the name of the British? But also implying that you're British, and I assume that would offend you. Anyway, are you ready, chat? Oh, you're not a fan of the clanker, are you, Gukaban? Well, as he has said in some of his messages, you can opt out. Right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Bounce those Honces. It's the Erlenmeyer level. Easy to get near the end, but nowhere near as easy to actually win it. But let's see if someone can make it in first try. Close for Zenman, and he's got in! That's very rare, but he's done it. White has achieved victory. All right, chat. We'll do several more rounds, but at some point I'm going to check the board again, and we can do even more if it's at, let's say, 8K. So we'll probably do another 10 rounds from now, but we can do another 20 if it's at 8K on the board. Currently at 5.1. That is an option. Okay, White wins. So let's give it to everyone that voted White. Zenman did. All's bouncing. Congratulations. Good over to it. The Jew saying down with Whitey, tale as old as time. Malcatillo also voted for White. Let's see if there's anyone else. That's all people that voted for white, although I will give it to Aiden because we know she always votes white, even though she might be asleep by now. Bid says that he voted white. Oh, you did? I missed that. Sorry. Yeah, if I miss it, like there's a lot of messages to go through and there's different formats and names in the way and stuff. It's not always easy to see who voted for what. So do tell me if I miss you and I can go and check. Okay, that's it. Ready for the next round? She's working on this Excel spreadsheet. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Place your bets. We don't really have names for anyone on this map either. But we have Achilles here making his way towards the end, but not quite getting. There was some suggestions, weren't there? Was the donut and the quonut. All right, well, it's Mavis trapped in the quonut. Nacho's in with a great chance here towards the end zone. Will she stay in or will she bounce out? She's currently DVD logoing, but she's got it! Just the right angle in there. She's in. Aiden Peregrine, thank you. Well done, Nachos. You will not be wearing the glue hat tonight. Congratulations. Horse Bounce has now gone down on the board. It's under 5k. Does that mean I have to do fewer games? Boo, no glue. Nachos likes wearing the glue hat anyway. I'm sure she'll do it regardless. All right, let's see who voted for pink. Nachos did vote for pink, of course. As she often does. Horse Bouncing for Nachos. Anyone else vote for pink? I don't think so, no. Just Nachos. Well done, Nachos. The glue hat stays on during sex. Well, I can tell you Pixie's Crocs sure do. God, the Crocs are so cute, wouldn't you agree, Wolf? Ooh, someone has just pushed Horse Bouncing up a bit further by supporting it. It looks like Freshly supporting it, actually. I don't think they were supporting it before. Or someone has... yeah, I think someone started supporting it for the first time who wasn't before. They wanted to continue. Maybe that was someone new. Let me just check who that would have been. Oh, I see who it was. Not what I expected, actually, but yeah, that's pushed it way higher. I said that we would do more games if it hits 8K, which is not at yet. Interesting. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Place those bets. Erlenmeyer again. Perhaps this one will last a little longer this time. All right, everyone rebounded out initially. Tough to get past about 2/3 through this level. Few achieve it, but even then, to get to 90% is rarely enough to win. Bit late there, Matt, but I suppose I'll allow it, especially given you're new to the game. All right, not a lot of activity here. No one's getting much further than the midpoint here. Zenman with a potential attempt, decent angle. He's got further into the end zone. Could he do it? Nope. It's bounced out by Erlenmeyer. Old Erlenmeyer curses all those who get into that end zone and don't have just the right angle. Decent attempt here from Zenman. He's managed to. He's undone Erlenmeyer's curse. Congratulations to Zenman. Well done to White and all those who vote with it. Let's dent on that level is OP. Is it? You think so? It's interesting. White power, says chat. Okay. So it looks like it was Treebeard, Aiden, and Malcatillo who voted for that. Tillo 100 horse bouncing. There you go. That works. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Place those bets. Who will win? Who will suck? Only you can find out. This summer, Adam Sandler is Yellow Horse in Horse Bouncing.
Why is Adam Sandler?
Oh, because you're the protagonist and you win? I guess, I don't know. It's very close. To be fair, that was a pretty Adam Sandler thing to do there, Wolf, you got to admit. Oh, there it is, well done. What do you mean that's really good? You mean my impression? I can do that voice pretty well. This summer, Nachos is a Mexican crack whore. Prove me wrong. Prove Archie wrong first. All right, well done to Wolf, who voted yellow. Was he the only one? Grant. Wolf. Why are you screaming, Aiden? Just this summer? Nope. Didn't rule out the rest of the time either. I think he's the only one that voted yellow. Well done. Isn't that just reality? Yeah, I didn't say it was a movie. I just said it's also true this summer. You're being rude. What? Since when is it rude to call someone a Mexican crack whore? What is the world coming to? Political correctness gone mad. Ready? 3, 2, 1, place those bets. We zigging and we zagging, lads. We zigging and we zogging because we got Zephyr here. Archie's responding to your bets as if it's a deep, philosophical, insightful comment. He doesn't play favourites, Malcatello. It is random. He did it again. To the message where you said he was doing it too often, he did it again. Oh, Nachos is making her way to the. Oh, it's a swing around the corner there, and she's got it. Nachos with the second win of the day. This summer, Nachos is still a Mexican crack whore. In Pink and Carrot. That does sound dodgy. Pink and Carrot. Yum. More at 11. All right, well done, Nachos. Let me throw some coins at you. Nachos, not only Nachos, several people actually. Dirty Bill, Zenman, Nachos, and Bug. Dirty Bill, Zenman, Nachos, and Bug. And Dirty Bill. 100. Horse bouncing. Grant. Zenman, 100. Horse bouncing. Nachos, 100 horse bouncing. And Grant. Bug, 100 horse. Congratulations. Yes, Nachos. I'm trying different ways of doing the winnings because right-clicking and doing my little form thing is actually not faster because it takes ages to load the form and takes ages to submit the form. Typing it is faster. It's more effort, but it is faster. But what was taking time is going up, checking for the next one, coming back down again, entering the command, going up, checking for the next one repeatedly. So if I just type them all while I'm checking them once, I've got a reference down at the bottom and I just go through typing them in order. So that's my current strategy for doing it fast. I will at some point add a command where I can just...
Make a command where you can just do /HP and then the list names.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. Haven't done it yet, but that's what I'll do. I could have it default to 100, but then I could specify an amount if I want to change it, and I'll just allow it to enter multiple people. I think with Discord commands, I can't do a variable number of inputs, but I can do... The first one is required, and then like I can add like 5 more which are optional. So that should work. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, place your bets. Today on Cabal, Uzulu re-engineers the concept of noting down from first principles. Oh, we've lost Red. He's fucking gone. He's off on his own adventure. This is a battle for the Shire right now. This is pretty serious. They're really insistent on staying in the Shire this round. We got Red off doing his own thing in the distant dark and then battling for the Shire. All right, they finally escaped the Shire. If maybe this is the furthest. No, Achilles is through. Achilles is through to the legs. Making his way up to the taint. He's past the knee, into the taint. A bit too timid. Achilles, would you say that you're a bit timid at the taint? He's made it through the taint, past the scrot, and straight to the carrots. What an upset. Achilles, my man, that was very rapid. A magnificent performance. Magnificently Macedonian performance, I must say. So, brown. Who voted brown? Remember, if you're going to vote for a color, please either use an emoji of that color or the actual name of the color. Don't type in something that just vaguely means the same thing, because I have to scan through and find them, so it's not that easy. So, Bug said nigger, so I assume that means brown, which means Bug is the only winner of this round. Achilles, why didn't you vote for yourself? Were you too busy being a Turk? Or were you too busy being a Macedonian? All right, here's AFK. A likely story. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Place your bets. Lads, I have 45 DMs from Archie. All right, it's Zephyr. It's Zephyr. It just snuck in. Up Erlenmeyer's windy shaft. Well done, Zephyr. You've stolen the carrots from within Erlenmeyer. Sneaky Jewish tactics, indeed. Well done, Zephyr. I assume you did vote for yourself. You did indeed. So let's see who voted blue. It was just Zephyr by the looks of it. So, well done, Zephyr. I don't know if you've used the Cabal economy system before, but if you type in /C, the Discord command /C, you can see how much you have. I'm not sure if you've used it before, I can't remember. But you now have 100 more than you had before. Well done. Also, 2.5 hours ago, you all got a salary payout. That bot's been off for a couple of days, so that hasn't been going out, and it's been off for part of the day, so you got less than you would normally get, but you did get some. He loves shekels. What a surprise. All right. Fantastic. All right, let's see where we are on... Oops. 1 second. Horse. Round second. Let's see where that is on the board. 6K. It's not yet at 8K, which is what's required for me to do a batch of extra games today. Let's do 5 more, and then we'll wrap up. Unless we can get that to 8K, in which case we'll do 10 more after those 5. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Place those bets. Orange and red haven't yet won unless I missed something. I don't think they have, no. Red was winning every single one last time. Not every single, but like, Red must have won about 60% of all the games we played last session on his own. It's very impressive. All right. What is this? As a reminder as well, to those of you who may not know, you get automatic payouts of Cabal credit if you have the Cabal server tag on. It's free to apply to yourself. Just go up to the top left of your UI where it says Golden Age Cabal, click there, click on server tag, and then click adopt. It gives you a decent chunk of Cabal credit every single day, which will certainly add up rapidly and will allow you to influence stream games. Congratulations, Achilles, you've won again. But did you vote for yourself? All these guys keep getting in your way. No, Achilles forgot to vote for himself again. Brown steals it again, just like my bicycle. Pug voted for Brown. I believe he was the only one. Done to Pug for somehow he knew. Somehow Pug was the oracle this time, and he just knew that Brown was going to win. All right. Gave Gray too much drugs. That would explain it, yeah. He's just not believing in himself. Is that because you're Macedonian, or is that because you're Turkish? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Pounce those horses. Place those bets. Let's see if one of Nacho's Wolf or Gray here will leave the map. No, they all managed to stay in. Incredible. Incredible. Lots of votes for Brown suddenly. He's ahead. I mean, it's sensible votes, I guess. Wolf takes it. Wolf has taken everything from the Brown. And now he's stuck in a rut. Oh! Passed by Nachos after being bummed a bit. Nachos just managed to make it around that second last corner. Lots of votes for Brown, demographic change, exactly. Nachos has found the angle to get to that last corner. Stuck in a rut before getting there. Oh, and a unlucky exit from that rut's put her back in the wrong direction. Oh, but Wolf helping her, but she gets pushed back by Achilles, who's taken it. Achilles is into that second to last straight, stuck in the rut. Red still in the fucking Shire. Achilles with a good chance now into the final rut. Can he make it out? Likely he makes it. Well done to Brown. A lot of people voted Brown that round, and Brown won it. Well done. That is more work for me. So fuck you all, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's see who voted for Brown. Achilles. Well done, Achilles, for finally voting for yourself, and on the round that you won it, no doubt. No less, rather. Achilles Arblar voted for Brown. Bug, Zenman, and Pug voted for Brown. Okay, so Grant, Achilles, what's bouncing? Arblar, 100. Arblar, you're one of those names where it doesn't let me just enter the ping. I have to go and get your ID and put it in the field. I have no idea why that happens. That's Arblar, Grant. Zenman 100 and Grant. Did I miss anyone? Okay. Good. Well, I wanted to return too much that time, I suppose so, yeah. All right, are we all ready? 3, 2, 1, place your bets. We'll do 3 more after this. Oh, look at Gray. He's not in a good spot, lads. I don't think he's going to survive it. I don't think there's much chance for Gray here. Nah, he pushed that immediately. Sorry, lads. Anyone vote for Gray? No. Yes, dead M. I think you gave him too much drugs. Back to his home planet, indeed. Nachos is entering the legs. Oh, Maveth is in the legs. Nachos joining him. Maveth in the taint. Nachos also sliding her way up that taint. Nachos has slipped past Maveth into the taint. Not quite able to get through it, though. Could this be her time? Time to get through the taint? No. Maveth may have a chance here. Maveth help through the taint. Wolf pushing him further into the taint. Maveth is so close to getting through. He's through. Maveth is through into the testicles. Could this be? Yes, this is it. Into the prostate, and he wins it. Well done to Maveth in orange. So, who voted orange? Maveth himself did. I think that was it. No, Arblar did as well. Maveth and Arblar. Maveth 100, horse bouncing. Every time you win, Arblar, I have to go and enter, I have to go and copy your ID manually I guess I could right-click on you instead. But there you go. Well done. Yes, he fingered the prostate, indeed. All right. Yeah, I don't know why either. It's same thing with Born. Very strange. Okay. Congratulations, everyone. We will now continue to the next round. After this, 2 more. Unless you can get horse bouncing up to 8K. It is currently at 6K. That would be £20 via this link here. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Place your bets. Looks like there's going to be a bit of a shimmy at the beginning here. Ready? Ah, there it is. It's the horse bouncing shimmy. It's a very quick progression towards the end. Almost a win there for Maveth. Zephyr here with a chance. Decent angles. Oh, it's very close. He's going to get it. Well done to Zephyr once again. Made it in. Jewish tricks. Chat, press 1 if Jewish tricks. All right. Well done, Blue. Let's see who voted for Blue. Zephyr himself did. And that, I believe, was it. All right. In that case, let me give Zephyr the points. Congratulations. He says Hail Zion repeatedly. All right. Ready. This is the second to last round, chat. 3, 2, 1. Place your bets. Nacho sliding over that first knuckle towards the end. Good progression here. A slow, oblique pace, but decent progression. Bounce back a moment, but rebuffed in the correct direction again. Oh, and same mistake twice from Nachos here, and a third time she's stuck in a DVD loop here. And enough for Maveth to take her spot, but Nachos may have a better angle here. Nachos sneaking past underneath the knuckle while Maveth was stuck going the long way. Nachos here with a great angle towards the end. This could be all over, and it's Nachos for the win. Well done, Nachos, once again. DVD death spiral, indeed. Well done, Nachos. The next round will be the last. Okay, who voted pink? Nachos and Arbla voted pink. God damn it, Arbla, you got to stop winning. Because I copy your name ID every time. Bug, I did see that you mentioned pink. You said pink for women, so I assumed that that was like you were mocking those who would choose pink. I'll take your word for it. There you go. Ready? This is the last round of the night, unless you can get Horse Bouncing into 8K on the board. If any of you happens to have 2,000 Cabal credit just lying around, you could get this session extended. If not, then we'll go and watch Stiggle Gizzard after the stream. I'm going to cook myself something, I think. I'm hungry. So I think we'll do that. Sounds pretty chill to me, doesn't it? And other than that, please enjoy the last round for the evening of Honspons. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Place your bets. It's Erlenmeyer. I could kick Honspons to 0. That would be mean, though. Will this be another long Erlenmeyer torture session, or will Erlenmeyer's flask be rudely penetrated by Wolf? It's in! Wolf has won the last round of the night in a very quick showing, roughly engaging into Erlenmeyer's deep, cavernous depths. With gusto. Well done, Wolf. I believe Wolf is the only one that voted yellow. The coins, Owens. It occurs to me that while we're playing this, I am actually funding your ability to make us play it for longer. Not very quickly, but theoretically, if you were given enough, you could do it. Wolf, you're not subtle, are you? Well, I kind of respect that. All right, he cheated by winning. Well, he won by. Wait, yes. That was it, wasn't it? The fucking Cybersmith said being correct is cheating. Okay, well done, Wolf. That's the end of the show, chat. Thank you for joining us. Anyone watching on YouTube who is confused about what horse bouncing is, me